I had a life-changing glitch in the Matrix happen to me back in the late 90s. Though, at the time, I had no idea what a glitch in the Matrix was, and I had to just accept that this event was something beyond my understanding. At the time, I thought I had witnessed some kind of real-time act of God, and maybe that's what it was, or that's what glitches are, but this was something that messed with my mind for a long time after it happened. Maybe someone else will have an answer for whether this was a glitch or some kind of mental phenomenon, or maybe I'll just be told that I'm actually crazy. Who knows? There was nothing about the day that made me think anything was out of the ordinary, or that anything would happen. It started out normal enough, and I didn't have any weird feelings about anything. At this point, I didn't have a car and was still living with my parents because I was 17. It was also during the summer, so I was home by myself all day, with the only exception being when I would walk to my friend's house or to the local convenience store for soda, or something like that, which is exactly what I decided to do on this day. On the way to the store, there is one intersection that is a four-way stop, complete with the overhead blinking red light that indicates that you're supposed to stop and wait. However, for some reason unknown to me, people like to completely ignore the lights and just fly through the intersection without making sure that there's nobody else on the road. What's worse is that during the nicer weather seasons, it can be a pretty busy crossing. You get a lot of people out for a walk or a run crossing it because it's close to a park. The glitch actually happened when I was walking to the store and at this specific intersection. I'm typically pretty careful about crossing here for the reasons I mentioned above. And when I went to cross the road, I was certain that there were no cars coming from any direction. I looked both left and right, and then up and down the street to make certain that it was safe to cross. Once I was satisfied that I could cross safely, I stepped into the crosswalk. No sooner than I step into the crosswalk do I hear somebody shout, "Watch out!" in my direction. This was also the exact moment where things got really, really strange for me. I hear the person yell, "Watch out." I turn to look in the direction that I think the voice came from, but there was nobody there. In fact, there was no one around me at all. It was actually pretty dead on the intersection that day. As I turn to look for whoever shouted that, I look and see a car flying down the road in my direction. He was going too fast, and it seemed like he wasn't paying enough attention to the intersection, much like a lot of the idiots who drove through there did. Again, I know for a fact there were no cars coming at me from any direction. I checked. The road is incredibly flat, and you can see in all directions for a good distance. Much more distance than what you would need to be able to react to a car heading in your direction, and there were zero cars at all on the road that I could see when I started crossing. Yet, here I was, standing in the middle of the road and staring at a car being driven by some punk that was blowing through the light and not paying attention, and was pretty much on a collision course with me. What's really weird, though, is how everything kind of felt like it was in slow motion. I say that he was speeding down the road, and I knew he was, but it was also like everything had slowed down and I was seeing it play out at 10% speed. I was standing there, this car zooming towards me, but I was seeing it play out at a much slower pace. I had enough time to stand there and notice all the details about his car. It was a small Ford sedan, 4 doors. I saw a dent in the hood, the peeling paint on the roof. I saw that one of his wheels was missing a hubcap, and I could even see the driver of the car as he just stared blankly at the road in front of him. But yet, he wasn't reacting to me in the road. I have no idea why I didn't try to move or get out of the way of this car. It was almost like I couldn't, or like I wasn't supposed to. Then, at the exact second that the collision would have happened, I instinctively cringed and closed my eyes and basically braced myself for what would likely kill me. But then, nothing happened. And when I opened my eyes, it was as if I had just blinked and was back on the sidewalk. I wasn't braced for impact anymore. I wasn't feeling scared. I was just on one of the sides of the intersection about to cross to the other, where the convenience store was. The big difference when I came back to was that there were a number of people walking around on the sidewalk, and there were cars driving on the road, all stopping normally and respecting the four-way stop. It took me a moment to really recollect what had happened, but as I was crossing the road, it re-clicked that I should have been hit by that car. I should have been dead. And I have no idea how everything had reset. So, that's my glitch experience. I have no idea what the hell happened, other than I didn't die. I reset and nothing else changed. I'm not sure if this was quantum immortality, or if this was something else. But it messed me up mentally once it all set in. Since that day, I've been way more appreciative of every day of my life, which may sound stupid or weird to some, but part of me feels like this could have been a second chance. And I'm not one to take a blessing like that for granted. Like I said, I have no idea if this was some kind of guardian angel or a deity of some sort saving my life by resetting me, or if I just shifted from one existence to another, but nothing else really changed, so I don't know. It was crazy to me, and I know that I sound crazy trying to retell this event, but I also feel it's best to just get it out there. Hopefully someone has answers, and if not, hopefully someone enjoys it. I have two different glitch stories that happened about 10 years apart. The tree glitch. The first event happened before I ever knew what a glitch in the Matrix was. Before moving into our first home, my then husband and I had taken a ton of pictures of the house and property to show our family. The house was a simple single story. It had a huge pecan tree towering over the roof. We soon bought the house, and the pictures were then forgotten to time, stored on the hard drive of a clunky, ancient laptop. We had been living in the house for about 4 years when I went searching through that same laptop. I don't remember what I was looking for, but I came across those pictures. So, indulging my ADD, I started clicking through them and enjoying the nostalgia, when one picture made me stop and stare in confusion. It was just a simple front view of the house, but something was wrong. I stared and concentrated, but I just could not figure out what was off about the image. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to notice the glitch, but when I did, I felt like all of the air had been squeezed out of my lungs. The huge pecan tree in the backyard was gone. Just gone. The tree had to be over 40 years old and was there before the house. They had built the house to accommodate this tree, so it could easily be seen over the roof from the front of the house. But in the picture, it was just gone. Like it had been photoshopped out. Just poof, gone. I know that I keep repeating myself, but I was just so shocked. All the other photos had the tree included. It was only the one photo that was missing the tree. I showed my ex and our friends, and they just shrugged and said the equivalent of an unenthused, that's weird. I tried to express that this was beyond weird. It shouldn't be possible. But they all played it off like it was nothing out of the ordinary. Frustrated, I just gave up and tried to put it out of my head and went on with life. Still, it's always been in the back of my mind as an unsettling experience, and I really do wish I would have kept that laptop. And the alien ball story. The second glitch happened just 2 years ago. Both of my boys were preteens at the time, and we were on a family vacation with my parents in Roswell, New Mexico. My parents had their hotel room, and my sons and I shared a separate one. The rooms were small and sparse, but clean, and the price couldn't be beat. So we had no complaints. This was our last day in Roswell, and we were packed up and ready to head to our next destination. Earlier in the week, my youngest had bought a ball from a souvenir shop. It was a bright, fluorescent green, plum-sized bouncy ball with the classic gray alien face on it. My boys were each sitting on a bed, tossing the ball back and forth between them, just waiting to leave. I left the room to see if my parents needed help with any of their packing, and they said they were finished. So I turned right back around and went back into my hotel room. That little trip took maybe 30 seconds, but I walked back into chaos. My oldest son was laughing so hard that he was almost crying, and my youngest, while also laughing, was rolling on the floor holding his ankle and swearing, cussing out his older brother and flipping him off for good measures. Desperately trying to maintain a straight face, I asked what had happened. Apparently, in the 30 seconds that I was gone, their game of gently tossing the ball had turned into competitive dodgeball. My oldest son had gotten in a lucky throw, and it had hit his little brother directly on his ankle bone and brought him down like a sack of potatoes. Once the boys had stopped laughing, I said that it was time to load up the car, so they began looking for the ball. I put their suitcases by the door and was doing a final sweep of the room when I turned to see why they hadn't picked up their bags. They were still looking for the ball. I joined in because surely it had only rolled under something and they were just haphazardly looking. Except, gradually, the search became more and more ridiculously thorough. It went from looking anywhere the ball may have naturally rolled to checking the closed bathroom and peeking behind furniture. That morphed into me stripping the beds and shaking everything out. I even checked outside, fully knowing that the timing would have been off for me to have opened the door at the exact moment for it to roll out. At this point, we were all grumbling about how the Matrix took it. My kids know that I like listening to glitch stories, and occasionally listen with me. I'm a trusting mom, but also cynical, so I made them turn out their pockets to make sure that they were not pranking me. Nope, so back to searching. When I say that we thoroughly searched, I mean it. There was no panic or rush, only determination to not be outmaneuvered by this strangeness. We weren't just throwing things around willy-nilly. First, I would look at an area, then one son would come check the same area, and then my other son would come check the same area. I didn't care who found it, just that it was found. Because I felt mocked. Since the disappearing tree incident still lived in my head, I was determined to solve this. We lifted the mattresses, removed the nightstand drawers, and then completely moved the beds, nightstand, dresser, fridge. We looked under and behind everything. Checked every square inch of that room in the adjoining bathroom. I even opened the fridge and freezer and checked behind the hanging TV. The suitcases were zipped up and ready to go when the ball vanished, but I still unpacked, shook out, and then repacked everything. For some weird reason, I felt personally offended over a $5 ball. I was determined that we were not leaving the hotel until that damn alien ball was found. But eventually, we had to. There was just nowhere else to look. The Matrix won. I bought a 12-pack of that exact ball for my son for Christmas that year, so there are no problems finding one now. This happened 24 years ago, in the year 1999. I completely forgot about this incident until I read a Reddit post very similar to my own experience, and it jogged my memory. This will be a long story, but I would really appreciate your comments as to what actually happened that day. To those of you who read to the end, I thank you in advance. I was home from college for the summer visiting my family. One day, I asked my mom to borrow her car so I could go visit my friends who stayed at the dorm during summer vacation. She said that I could have it, but I needed to be home before 10 a.m. the next morning because she needed the car the next day. My college was about an hour's drive from my house on a good day. Some friends of mine would make it in 45 minutes. The fastest driving time I had heard of was 35 minutes. Late at night, no traffic and driving like the wind. I got to my friend's house, our dorm residence, in the early evening, and we decided to drive down to a nearby casino, about 30 minutes drive to pass the night. We were a group of about 5, 2 of my roommates, 2 other friends from our dorm, and myself. We had a great time playing on the quarter slot machines. Once we all were tired and were ready to leave, we head to the lobby doors and realize it's early morning, around 5 a.m., and it's pouring rain. It was raining so hard that we could barely see the first row of parked cars just in front of the lobby. We waited for about 30 minutes or so for the rain to slow to a drizzle so that we could drive home and made the 30-minute drive without incident. When we got to the dorm, it was around 6 in the morning, and the rain was pouring down again. So I resolved to wait it out as long as I could. I still had to return the car to my mom and had at least an hour's drive, if not longer, due to the weather. When I left the dorm, it was 7 a.m. One of my roommates stayed up with me until I left, and we both noted the time as I was leaving. I got to my car a few minutes later and started driving towards the highway. I was really tired since we basically pulled an all-nighter at the casino, but I had to drive home to return the car to my mom. I do not recommend driving tired. I told myself I'll be fine. I cranked up the radio to my favorite station, lit a cigarette, opened the window for some fresh air, and so off I went. But again, please do not drive while tired. Within 10 minutes or so, as I'm driving on the highway, the rain starts pouring again. It was so bad that I could barely see the wipers of my car. They were at the fastest setting, and it's like they weren't doing anything. But the rain was kind of hypnotizing. The rhythm sort of started lulling me to sleep, but I didn't really notice. My blinks kept getting slower and slower. What happened next was in a span of about 3 to 5 seconds. Not more. It's kind of hard to explain. I was awake one moment, sort of, and the next my consciousness wakes up to darkness. Kind of like when you wake up in the middle of the morning but you haven't opened your eyes yet, and you are slowly starting to be aware of your surroundings. How comfortable and warm you are in bed, etc. And that's basically what happened. I was aware of being awake, but it was dark. I don't even notice my eyes are closed. I'm comfortable, but I seem to be in a sitting position. My hands are holding on to something, but I'm not sure what it is exactly. I'm just really comfortable, and I don't want it to change. I kept thinking, just 5 more minutes. I don't know for how long my eyes were actually closed, but suddenly I hear a really, really loud crash. It almost sounded like a clap, but unlike anything I have ever heard before. It sounded like metal on metal, but I wasn't sure. It got me to open my eyes, and the first thing I notice is that I'm in my car, and all I see from the windows is a wave of water heading towards my windshield really fast. When it hit the windshield of the car, it sounded like the glass should have broken from the impact. It was the loudest slap sound I have ever heard before or since. I'm in momentary shock as I take in my surroundings. I'm still in my car, driving perfectly straight in the leftmost lane. On my left is a concrete barrier just a couple of feet away. On my right, I was just overtaken by a huge 18-wheeler truck. That is what made the waves slap on my windshield. Heart pounding, I rubbed my eyes and forced them open as far as they would go, determined to stay awake. I turned the music louder and opened the window to let the rain hit me in the face, along with some much-needed fresh air. The entire time I was thinking, holy hell, I could have died. I probably should have died. Then, another thought hit me. What even was that first loud crash that I heard? The time elapsed between the first and second claps was about a full second. Me hearing the loud clap, opening my eyes to a wave that crashes to the window with another, but different sounding loud clap. But this wasn't the craziest part yet. Since the rain was very strong, I wasn't driving more than 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, as opposed to the usual 100 kilometers an hour. This means that the trip should have taken twice as long as it normally would. I figured I should be home by 9 a.m. at the latest. The rest of the drive was uneventful, and I made it to my building, drove into the very large garage, and all the way in the back to my parents' parking spot. Then, I walked back around to the elevators by the entrance, and took the elevator to the 19th floor. Walked down a long hallway to my apartment, went into my room and crashed on the bed. Right before I passed out from fatigue and probably shock, I remembered to send my roommate a text message to let her know that I made it home safely. I was so tired that I didn't even check what time it was, I just crashed. I woke up to a bunch of messages from my roommate. I don't remember them verbatim, but they were something like, "What? No way, you must be joking. Where are you? Hello? How did you get home so fast? There's no way you're already home. Are you okay?" It takes me a while to figure out what she's talking about, while remembering my harrowing journey from the morning, because it was then that I noticed the time of the text that I had sent her before I went to sleep. It was showing 7:20 a.m. There is no way that it is possible to travel around 90 kilometers in a span of 20 minutes in a rainstorm, where you can't even see the lanes on the road or even the hood of your car. Also, while desperately trying not to fall asleep and apparently failing at that. I don't know what to make of this. After reading a whole bunch of other stories in this subreddit, I'm pretty sure it may have either been a case of quantum immortality or a glitch in the Matrix. However, ever since that day, I have been experiencing all kinds of paranormal phenomena through the years. I'm pretty sure that this was the catalyst events to them all. Well, all except for one, but I'll tell you about it in another post if requested. Anyways, I'm sorry for the length of this story. I just wanted to write down as many details as I could remember to share with you all. This memory is now so clear, it's as if it happened yesterday, and I will never forget it. I have what I consider a glitch of some sort from way back whenever I was a very young boy. This was a long time ago, and I'm not going to get into the actual numbers of how old I was. I will just say that this was a very different time than what we're in now. I was in elementary school, and to put it delicately, I was of a different skin color than most of the people that went to this school. And because of that, I was quite frequently picked on or bullied by some of the kids in my class. For the most part, I could handle it. My parents always gave me the "be better than them" speech, and told me that I couldn't retaliate. But there were these two boys in particular that were absolutely nasty to me. I won't name them here, because they don't deserve to have their names even listed in this story. But I'll call them T and M. T and M were the two biggest boys in class. Both of them were overweight big, not like muscles big. Of course, this was elementary school, so it's not like anyone really had much of a build to them. They seemed to latch on to the fact that they could bully me and get away with it for the most part, so that's exactly what they did. And they did it frequently. I was usually pretty good about looking over my shoulder and avoiding them, but I can't even begin to tell you how often they would find me when I was trying to stay away from them. Anyways, this isn't really about them being bullies. This is about the one time that something strange that I can't explain happened to me, and it's actually what seemed to stop their bullying. In this particular instance, I had gone to the restroom as I normally would, and of course, while I was doing what I needed to do, both T and M walked in together. I'm just standing there in a pretty awful way because I knew that this was not going to end well. I knew what they were likely going to do to me. T walked over to me and said whatever bull that he said, and M went to check the stalls to make sure there was no one else in there. Of course there wasn't. It was just these two and myself, much to my misfortune. T starts to push me and taunt me. M starts laughing at the whole thing, and after getting shoved to the ground and kicked a few times, M makes a comment saying that they should shove my head in one of the toilets and see if I can breathe underwater. At this point, there wasn't really much that I could do to stop them. I was already pretty well beat up, and I was much smaller than they were, so no matter how much I struggled, they were going to do what they were going to do. M grabs me to pick me up. T grabs my arms and they start shoving me into one of the first stalls, when out of nowhere a booming voice shouts from the back stall of the restroom, "Put him down." We all three look, and the door to that stall is now shut, but I can see what look like church pants and shoes from under the stall wall. The two other boys pause for a moment to think about their actions, and the voice starts in again, saying, "If you hurt that boy any more than you have, or ever again, I will find the both of you and you will regret the day you were born." At this point, I think they were confused and freaked out. They had absolutely checked the stalls. I watched M shove all the doors open to make sure there was no one there to stop their attack. And I knew that I was alone in the restroom before they walked in. T ended up just shoving me to the ground, and the two of the boys nearly ran out of the restroom. Like, something about this actually scared them. After they left, the man in the stall told me that I would be okay, and that from that moment on, they would never touch me again. I started asking how he knew that, but when I blinked, he was gone. The stall door was now unlocked and open, and there were no feet under the door. I literally blinked and he just disappeared. I have no idea what that was. If it was someone from the future or another timeline coming back to help me out of this situation, if it was a guardian angel or what. But it saved me that day. Much to my surprise, M and T never touched me again. They never even came near me. Whoever or whatever that was, it absolutely saved me. Potentially saved my life. And it scared them enough to make them stop attacking me altogether. So, I guess I should say thank you to the Matrix for sending that agent at that moment to protect me. This is pretty lengthy, and I do apologize. But my second incident is pretty unique as far as I know. Also, I didn't include any names, so I just refer to my brother as Bro. The first incident I'm going to share happened around 2012 or 2013. I was sitting at my brother's house, with whom I no longer associate for reasons unrelated to the story, but I digress. I was with my then sister-in-law, chatting and waiting for my bro to get home from work. About a half hour before the time he would normally get home, he pulls up in front of the house. They didn't have a driveway in front, so he parked in the road directly in front of the house. I was sitting opposite the big bay window they had in their front room, so I had a clear view of his car. Also, the windows on either side of the bay window were open as it was a nice day, so I heard him pull up as well. His car had a very distinct sound. At that time, they had a Pekingese dog, and every day, That dear soul would be so excited when bro got home from work. He would start out by jumping up on the couch, which sat directly underneath the above-mentioned bay window, wagging his tail excitedly and giving the occasional happy yip that dogs do when their owners return home. The little dog jumped up and started his happy dance, indicating that my bro was home at the same time that I heard and saw him pull up. I said to my sister-in-law, bro is home early. I then watched my brother open the car door. Then I saw and heard him close the car door and proceed to walk up the short path to their front door. Simultaneously, the dog jumped off the couch and ran to the door in anticipation. Well, we waited. And waited. And waited some more. He did not open the door to come in, so my sister-in-law got up and headed towards the door to see what the holdup was, because the poor little dog was going bonkers at this point. At that same time, I looked out the window and his car was gone. Now, if he had decided to get back in his car and drive off, we would have heard his car door, and the very distinct sound of his motor/exhaust. He was just gone. She had opened the door at that point, and the dog was just as confused as we were. We sort of just looked at each other like, what the hell? So, fast forward to the time that he normally gets home, the same scenario repeats. But this time, he does open the door and walks in. I then asked him, "Where did you go?" He looks at me and says, to work, where I go every day. He sort of half smiled at me like, "You feeling okay, sis?" Me and my sister-in-law then proceeded to relay what had happened, and he swears that he was still at work at 4 o'clock, the time the incident took place. I should mention that he normally got off work at 4:15. It is possible that my brother could have been playing a prank on us, but if that's the case, then why didn't my sister-in-law and I hear him getting back into the car, starting it up, and driving away? And why did the dog do his whole "I'm glad you're home" bit? We all experienced it on a very real level. Even the little dog reacted accordingly. Could it be that my bro somehow traveled forward in time? Or was it just a glitch in the Matrix? This second incident happened when I was very young, like 4 or 5, so forgive me if my memory is a little fuzzy, but I'll do my best to explain it so you can understand. My family and I were visiting one of my sisters about 2 hours away from where we lived at that time. To give you some context, I'm the youngest of 8, so there's quite an age gap between the aforementioned sister and myself. She has 2 children, which were then aged either 2 or 3 and 6 or 7. All I remember is us kids playing outside, and here's where my memory gets fuzzy. Something happened. I feel like somehow I got hurt. I don't really know, but my next memory is of my mom holding me under my arms, sort of in the air, shaking me and yelling my name. But here's the weird part. The memory I have is from the viewpoint of my mom. In the memory, I can see my 4 or 5-year-old self being held up in the air and shaken, but I can still feel the sensation of being shook. Years later, I asked my mom about it, thinking that she could fill in the gaps as to what happened prior and what happened directly following, because it had seriously weirded me out up until that point, and still kind of does. My mom had no memory of anything like that ever happening. And my mom was way overprotective of me, so she would have remembered something that serious. So, maybe my sugar-induced kid brain conjured up the whole scene, but I've recently started a spiritual journey. And yes, I feel that this is relevant to my story. Looking back on my life, in the process of doing my inner work and all of that, I realized that my life was the very opposite of what I wanted. I know, everybody feels that way, right? But listen, I've been through a lot of stuff. I am grateful, though. But my point is, Could I have somehow jumped timelines to a life most people would deem not worth living, and that's how my brain processed it? I must note that I feel that my life and all the hard times I've been through is shaping me to be a better person than I maybe would have been if I'd had it easy. I don't know for sure. But what I'm starting to believe, after listening to your stories and having my own experiences, is that anything is possible. Hey Raven, I just wanted to thank you for all that you do before I get into my little story. I've been an avid listener to the podcast for a while now, and no matter how scary the stories you read are, your voice never fails to calm me down after a long day. Well, thank you, Adam. That's honestly appreciated. Now, for the story. This event took place around a year ago, but I've never had the time to sit down and write it out until now. A bit of background is needed to explain my exact situation. I was in the spring semester of my senior year of high school, and my English teacher had assigned our class a project that required us to send letters to local businesses as a test of our persuasive writing. The goal was to convince the business to send us some of their products, both for our own personal use and to put on display at the school for advertising purposes. I wrote to several companies, but only one ended up replying. It was a soda company based in the next city. My father had urged me to write to them because, from what I remember, he had personal connections within the business. The company sent back a letter thanking me for contacting them and a crate of exactly 15 bottles of soda. The crate was delivered to my school and given to me in class by my teacher. The company at the time had 5 flavors: cherry, orange, root beer, ginger ale, and a no-sugar lemon lime. This meant that we had 3 bottles of each flavor. I opened the crate, and I offered the soda to my classmates. And one particular classmate was interested in the sugar-free lemon lime. She grabbed a bottle, and I did as well. We both drank it, and immediately decided that it was not very good, but finished regardless, and we took our bottles to the recycling out back. By the end of class, I was left with an orange soda, 2 ginger ales, and the final lemon lime to take home with me. The crate had come with a few of those cardboard bottle carriers with 4 compartments, so I filled the 4 bottles in and drove home with them in the passenger seat of my car. Once I made it home, I had to carry my backpack, my bowling bag, and the cardboard carrier into my house. To make clear, I went straight from my school to my house, and my bowling bag just happened to be in my car earlier in the week. I made it inside, plopped the cardboard carrier on one counter next to the stove, and put my bowling bag on the floor. My backpack was still on my back, but before taking it off, I took one of the ginger ales out of the carrier to drink. I turned away and began going through my regular after-school routine, which mostly consisted of checking my phone and rifling through my backpack. After around 10 minutes, I turned back to the carrier, realizing that it was probably best to put the remaining 3 bottles in the fridge. To my complete shock, there were 4 bottles in the carrier again. My open ginger ale was still next to me on the kitchen island that I had been resting my elbows on, while my back was turned, and was half empty. I took the half step that brought me back to the counter the carrier was on, and quickly took out all of the bottles, examining them. There were now 2 sugar-free lemon lime sodas, both unopened. I looked them over, confused, and eventually decided to open both and taste each. I had known what glitches in the Matrix were, and I believe at this time I had begun listening to your podcast too. Although I never thought that something like that would happen to me. So I was determined to logic this situation out. I opened both bottles, and each made the telltale pop and fizz you would hear from a bottle that had not been opened before. they both tasted the same as well. And I, confused as all hell, slid them back into the carrier. I turned to check on my ginger ale to make certain that I had not been hallucinating, as at that time I was unfortunately prone to doing so, although not to this extent. The bottle was still there next to my backpack and still half empty. I began turning the situation over in my head and realized that I could not have carried this one in, as carrying the 4 bottles in one hand and my 20-pound bowling bag in the other made it impossible for me to hold an extra bottle. So, I hadn't just forgotten that I had carried it in. And even more obviously, the company had only sent me 3 bottles of each flavor. My classmate and I had drank 2 of the lemon-lime flavors in class, leaving only a single one remaining. I was home alone, and no one could have snuck it in onto the counter behind me to confuse me. I even found out later that this particular flavor at the time was only available through special order, so the chance of this being some odd joke were even more slim. I sat and thought for a while and eventually put the carrier away in the fridge and tried to move on with my day. Of course, it still stuck with me. I wasn't scared by it. The idea of glitches don't particularly scare me, but because it was my first experience in which I realized I was dealing with a glitch, I guess the memory follows me. I even bring it up to my mom from time to time, as I told her about it later that day, and she had no explanation for it either. I had brought that specific lemon-lime flavor home for her to try, as opposed to pawning it off on another classmate because I didn't like the flavor. I think I might even still have the 2 now empty bottles buried somewhere in my room, since I used to collect bottles, mainly root beer. Even though this event wasn't a major glitch or anything that genuinely affected me, it does make me think sometimes. It's a fascinating world that we live in, even if things fall through the cracks from time to time. I have, for sure, died twice. Quite possibly 4 times. Of the 2 I'm very confident in, the first one happened in about 1998, and the other in 2018 or so. In the first instance, my best friend and I were driving gravel back roads in the middle of the night, 40 miles between towns in rural South Dakota. I was admittedly going far too fast, and we came over a small rise, and there was a T in the road where you could turn left or right, but straight forward was a driveway for a farmhouse. The driveway went for about half a block or so, and then transitioned into a cornfield. I remember saying, "Ah, hell," and starting to slow down as we started flying through very tall corn. It was late summer, and the corn stalks were basically full grown. The sound as my car plowed over the corn stalks and into the field sounded like the most vicious hailstorm ever. The experience was completely overwhelming to the senses. The sights and sounds of flying headlong at high speeds into a fully grown, densely planted cornfield cannot be overstated. This is where things get weird. The next thing I remember was sitting at a stop sign where we would turn onto the main highway in the area. It was nearly completely silent, with only the light hum of the engine creating any sound. This was at least several miles away from the field that we had just flown into. My blinker was on, to the left, and the car was just sitting there with my foot still on the brakes. The lack of motion and dead silence was, for some reason unknown, also absolutely overwhelming. I felt extremely disoriented and discombobulated, and honestly was not certain how I had come to this point, and was even concerned that perhaps I had blacked out or something. I just was not certain how we had arrived where we were currently sitting. At this point, I did not remember flying through that intersection or crashing through the cornfield. my memory was gone, either blocked or just unremembered. I looked over at my friend and again said, "What the hell?" He had a dumbfounded look on his face as well and shrugged his shoulders, then after a moment said, "I think we go left." I actually got out of the car and found the northern star to make sure that we would be turning the correct direction onto the highway. I also surveyed the situation, grasping for some semblance of understanding. We were surprisingly close to the town that I lived in at the time. In short order, we made it to my apartment, and both crashed as it was 4 in the morning, and we'd had a very long day. I was dead sober for this entire experience, but I did not feel right, and I knew that something was amiss. We got up the next day, about mid-morning, and got back in my car to drive to my friend's town where he was attending college, which was going to be about a 5-hour drive. We needed gas, and I stopped at the station to fill up and get other miscellaneous supplies. My car that I was driving at the time was old enough to be using a bit of oil, so I almost always checked the oil. Again, at this moment, my memories of the cornfield and all that were completely gone. I popped the hood and went around to the front of the car to get at the engine. I lifted the hood and glanced down. I have never been so absolutely baffled and immediately enlightened at the same time. A light breeze would have knocked me over. The engine compartment was almost completely chock full of corn stalks. My knees went weak and I became very, very heavy, and I felt the world perform several full spins. Once again, I very loudly and firmly proclaimed, "What the hell?" I called to my friend so he would come around to the front of the car. The very instant I saw the corn stalks in the engine compartment, the entire accident flashed back to me. I don't remember the point of death, but I remember all of the other details, including being very confused, sitting at the stop sign by the highway, and the brutal contrast between flying through the field and sitting still at a stop sign. My friend said to me, "Do you remember?" I said, "Yeah." We talked it over multiple times during our long drive, and we had the exact same memories. His memory also returned to him the second he saw the corn in the car as well. A couple months later, I tried to drive the same back roads that we had been driving to find that intersection, and the farmhouse, and the driveway, and the cornfield. There were a couple of very unique specific details to the location where the accident happened that should have made it very easy to recognize and find. I was never able to locate a spot like this on any of the roads anywhere around where we would have been driving. Microsoft had also just released their satellite imagery, and I scoured everywhere between those two cities. And I've never been able to find the location where we had our accident. I honestly don't think it exists on this timeline. And the other time I was out in the middle of the night, again in a very rural area during a thunderstorm, to take lightning photos. I'm pretty sure that I saw the lightning bolt that killed me prior to my timeline jump. I remember sitting in the car and finishing my styrofoam cup of gas station coffee, and hopping out of the car to smoke a cigarette and go to the restroom on the gravel road. Most of the lightning was several miles to the west, and it wasn't even actually raining where I was parked. I wasn't worried about the lightning's safety at this point. Now, the very large power lines that take electricity to the town I was living in were right by this road. I've been pretty close to a couple of lightning strikes, so I'm no stranger. I remember getting that very powerful static feeling and the hair on my head and arms started to stand up. I knew what was coming. I started to say, "Oh hell." I reached for the door handle, and before I could even get my profanities out, I remember a profoundly huge snap sound and a blinding white light. The next thing I remember was sitting in my parked car with my nearly full cup of coffee in my hand. I remember thinking that I wanted to smoke a cigarette and needed to go, so I chugged the lukewarm coffee and started to get out of the car. The second my feet hit the ground, I felt the most massive wave of deja vu I have ever experienced. I nervously glanced up beside the road to look at the power lines, but the spot that I had stopped previously was about a mile down the road, and the power lines had turned a corner and not followed the road down to this point. I glanced down the road to what I thought was the spot that I had previously been in, and just as I looked down the road, lightning struck the power line in multiple massive flashes, and I even saw the lightning bolt jump down to the ground under the power line. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I witnessed the very lightning bolts that killed me. I have a couple of other experiences where I'm pretty sure I died, but the situations were ambiguous enough that I'm not certain. So, you are not alone. And if you ask people around, you'll be surprised at the number of people who have confusing, odd experiences where things are not quite as they seem. There have been many people delighted to finally gain the proper vocabulary word to label their experience: quantum immortality. It was December 9th, 2018, when my father died. And after his death, my brother and mother talked about strange smells and sounds of unusual knocking in the house. But I rationally tried to approach it, and didn't believe in anything paranormal at the time. I didn't hear anything weird, didn't smell anything, and told my family that in order to believe in anything supernatural, I would need solid proof. A few weeks later, when I finished work, I went to the locker room to change, and so I opened my cupboard. In the middle of it, there lies a beautiful violet stone. I was stunned, but I photographed it, and when I got home, I posted the photos on a forum about minerals and gems to find out what kind of stone it was. I found out later that it was an amethyst. We didn't have spare keys at work, and if someone lost theirs, you had to break into these solid lockers, so there's no way someone could open mine and drop off the stone, because the locker was normally locked with no sign of break-in. It was really weird. It was like stepping out of the Matrix for a moment. I took the amethyst home, and it lied there for a long time until 2020, when I was upset that I had something unexplained on the shelf. I always considered myself a scientifically oriented person, so I threw the stone in the garbage out of frustration. That same day, I went out to the pub. It was after the breakup with my ex-girlfriend, and I wanted to let off some steam, and while I went out to smoke, I started talking to this one chick. We got along well, so after a while we went inside and she bought me a drink. Then, darkness. I woke up lying on the market square at 9 a.m. with a complete lack of memory of what had happened. I put myself together, got home, and I realized I was poisoned, because I completely blacked out after one drink. It had never happened to me before. I went to the police to do blood tests, which confirmed I got GHB in my system. I checked all my bank accounts. 4 years of savings were gone. Maybe $50 were left out of the big sum. I was devastated for several months. In 2022, during the training at my new job, I talked to one trainer whose wife was interested in gems and minerals. I told him this story and sent him a photo of this gem, and his wife confirmed it was indeed an amethyst. What's more, she said that in ancient times they made goblets studded with amethyst to keep people sober, and they were supposed to prevent you from getting drunk. It blew me away, because the day that I threw that stone out, I was poisoned. And to this day, I don't know what to think, because it sounds like a story straight out of a cheap book. In addition, I always had the keys to the locker with me. I thought maybe someone had played a prank on me, but I know these people well, and I looked around like crazy after seeing this stone, looking for smiles, tells, anything. But everyone had a poker face and no one knew what was going on. Plus, it would be a weird prank if someone broke into a colleague's locker to leave an amethyst there. Plus, it doesn't sound like a joke. The fact that I had the keys with me all the time bugs me to this day, and I don't see any rational explanation for this amethyst appearing out of thin air. Also, the locks to those cabinets are damn strong. I remember when someone lost a key, it took 20-30 minutes to break it, and then the lock needed to be replaced. There were no traces of a break-in in my case. This story does have an interesting twist, because last year, I went to Dresden, Germany, on my own, and on the last day of my trip, for the first time in my life, I couldn't choose a restaurant. And in the middle of the day, a lot of the best spots were closed. Usually, I choose a restaurant in a minute. This time, I stood there undecided in the center for 30 minutes, and I could not choose a place to eat. Then I heard a beautiful melody being played on a violin. I turned around and walked toward the music, and in one of the squares was a duo playing classical music, which I loved. I'm standing there, and out of the corner of my eye, I see that I'm standing next to a gift stand. I turned around because I just wanted to buy a small souvenir, and on this stand, apart from the magnets and the postcards, there were amethysts. I felt like in a movie. I bought one and I still have it to this day, and even now, it hangs around my neck. I have what I guess is a pretty minor glitch, but it was definitely bizarre enough for me to think that sharing it was a good idea. I've heard and read a lot of these glitch stories, and honestly, I think the small ones, like the one that I experienced, are the most scary. Mostly because it seems like they could happen at any time to anyone. Don't get me wrong, I love hearing the stories about quantum immortality and such, but the small ones, where the seemingly mundane thing seems to happen, to me, are the scariest. I'm actually still trying to fully wrap my head around what exactly it was that happened to me. A few weeks ago, I was sitting in a local coffee shop, waiting for a few of my friends to arrive. We like to all get together once a week and hang out for a couple of hours with a cup of coffee. On this particular morning, they were rather busy. So, I had grabbed the table in the corner, near the front of the building where the windows were that were open to the sidewalk. Basically, from where I was sitting, I could see everyone walking in, out, and past the building. Because I was the first person there, and I was just waiting, I was people watching as everyone walked either into the coffee shop or past it to get to the business next door. One of the people that I saw was a lovely-looking young woman that was walking towards the coffee shop, but looked like she was going to head past it. She was wearing a bright green jacket and a purple dress, and she had very vivid red hair that was tied back in a ponytail. I remember this outfit specifically because I thought it looked really nice, and she honestly looked absolutely stunning. And something about her just seemed friendly and approachable. Not that I was going to bug her or anything, she just had that aura about her. Like she was a nice and very vivacious person based upon the vividness of color that she was wearing. As she got closer to the window where I was sitting, something really weird started to happen, though. I won't say that she was at the window. She still had a ways to go to actually pass me, but she was getting closer. For lack of a better word, she completely started to glitch out. I was watching her, but part of me felt compelled to look away. Like, I needed to not see her or what was going to happen. But I did watch, and it was actually kind of creepy. I felt like, as I was blinking, she was changing into a different person almost in real time. If I wasn't certain of my own health, I would honestly think that I was having some sort of major hallucination, because her face changed, her hair color changed, and her jacket changed. You know those cars that change color as you pass them? It almost felt like that kind of transition. Like she was one person, but as the light shifted, she turned into someone totally different. Obviously, I was trying to process what the hell was happening, but by the time it fully hit me that she had become someone else, she was already walking past me. She went from having that warm red hair to having blonde hair. Her green jacket became black, and her face wasn't quite as inviting. Like, she went from a smiling and approachable person to someone that looked a bit more stern and serious. I don't just mean that she changed emotions, but she completely changed how she looked. The only thing that remained the same was that purple dress. It was still purple by the end of all this. I actually got up and went to the restroom to get a grip on myself because I was thinking that maybe I was losing it. After splashing some water on my face and shaking it all off, I was certain that I just saw a person shift into another person right in front of my eyes. That's about all I was certain of. I didn't know how or why, but I knew that that's what happened. It was nothing shy of bizarre. And I feel like I saw something that I probably shouldn't have. Has anyone else ever experienced an event like this? I have never personally heard a glitch story like this, so if anyone else has, I would love some input. I jumped timelines in a car accident. So, this happened when I was fresh 18. I'm 24 now, and at the time I was living in Florida with my dad and stepmom. My now husband, boyfriend at the time, was in jail with no chance of getting out. The day of the accident, I had gotten into an argument with my dad. He told me that I had to leave the house. So the plan was that I was going to go stay at my boyfriend's parents' house until I could get on my feet. I left my dad's house in Florida, and I started on my way to Georgia. I did have this feeling saying not to go, and the signs were always there, but I just ignored them. Like when I stopped at the gas station and left my keys in the car for 2 hours. Still, those two guys who got through the window for me, bless them. They were working, doing Uber, and they stopped to help. Anyways, I was traveling back roads from Florida to Georgia. I made it to Albany when a wave of anger and sadness hit me. Maybe I knew what was about to happen. I just could not stop crying. When I noticed I passed the first stop sign at a four-way, I told myself that I had to slow down. But by the time the next four-way came, I turned to look out the driver window and saw an 18-wheeler coming for me. Now, this is where things go absolutely wrong. I remember vividly seeing an 18-wheeler approach me, my vision cut probably from the shock, so I never felt the sensation of being hit. But when I woke up, I was over half a mile and spun out down the road, and someone was trying to give me water. The space between the driver's side door and the middle console was about 1.5 inches. That's where I was sitting, so when the EMTs came, they had to pull me out of the passenger side door. It wasn't until I got on the stretcher that I felt everything, and I couldn't breathe. On the way to the hospital in Albany, I just remember saying, "I can't breathe," 1,000 times. When I got to the hospital, they immediately put me in the SICU because I had a hole the size of a softball in my lung, and the glass was sitting in it. My pelvis, tailbone, and entire left side of my rib cage was broken. I remember telling the nurse to call my mom, my dad, my in-laws. My mom lived in Louisiana at the time, but she drove from Louisiana to Georgia. That was all I heard before going to sleep in the SICU. The next cognitive memory that I have is waking up, and my mom being there. I had apparently slept for 3 days and was still in the SICU. When I woke up, the doctor and the nurse came in and let me know that my lung had closed up miraculously overnight, seemingly, and that my fractures weren't too bad to heal from, and that I was lucky to be alive. I asked about the glass in my lungs. The doctor didn't know what I was talking about. I asked about the broken ribs, pelvis, and tailbone, and he said they had always been fractures. I asked about the accident, and it wasn't an 18-wheeler. It was a Dodge Ram with a massive grille in the front. I was just in shock at this point. I spent 11 total days in the hospital. It was difficult to walk with the fractures, and I stayed with my mother for a month while I recovered. That is, until, somehow, my now husband was eligible for bond. I never asked questions. I moved in with him the same day that he was released, and we've been married ever since August of 2016. Minor things are different now and then. My mom doesn't remember a lot of what I did growing up, but my father, in this new reality, had a terminal illness. He'd gotten aplastic anemia, which very quickly turned into leukemia, and he died within 7 months. That breaks me. It was extremely fast onset, and it makes me beg the question, was it a life for a life? I probably died, once, if not twice, and to restore balance, a life had to be taken. I've been lurking the Glitch in the Matrix subreddits for a while, and I recently learned about your podcast through another poster there. I was a bit hesitant at first because my event was just really weird and was something that I didn't really know what happened with, but I figured, why not put this out there into the world and let people know about it? Maybe someone else out there has had a similar experience and can help me to understand what the hell it was that actually happened. So, let me set the scene. It was a pretty normal and rather chilly morning in early winter. I remember that because I woke up and I felt colder than normal, to the point that I checked the thermostat, which is something that I never do, to see if it was set right. It was, so I just shrugged it off and thought that it was me. I went to the bathroom for my morning routine, and I started brushing my teeth, and as I stood in front of the mirror, I noticed that my reflection was a little off. It was kind of like it was lagging a fraction of a second behind my movements, and that's really the only way I can think to explain it. It just seemed like I was moving and it was moving, but the two were no longer in sync. I rubbed my eyes thinking that I was just seeing things, but the lag persisted. I was starting to feel a little unnerved. I quickly brushed my teeth and then splashed some water on my face, hoping that it would help me to snap out of it. However, things only got worse from there. As I was drying my face, I glanced up at the mirror, and to my horror, my reflection seemed to just stop. Like it was completely frozen, staring back at me with a completely unmoving expression. I slowly waved my hands, jumped around, and then even tried to physically touch the mirror, but my reflection would not move. It just stood there like a creepy statue, capturing me in that awkward moment of time. At this point, I was terrified. My heart was pounding in my chest. I was starting to hyperventilate and feeling a bit dizzy. I leaned out of the bathroom to call for my boyfriend, and I guess that I sounded freaked out, because he jumped up and ran into the hallway towards me. I waved him into the bathroom, and when he entered, he kind of looked around like, "What?" I motioned towards the mirror. He turned toward the mirror, and I looked up at the mirror at the same time, and sure enough, it was normal. I could see myself moving like normal. When he looked at the mirror, he saw my reflection acting normally. My boyfriend laughed a bit under his breath and just shook his head like, "Oh, you're crazy." I ended up kind of just standing there for a few moments and trying to get my grip on what that was. But I had to let it go because whatever it was no longer happening. I tried to carry on with my day, but every single time I got a glimpse of myself in a reflection, like in a window, my phone screen, or whatever, I would get this disgusting cold chill down my spine. It was as if I was getting hit with adrenaline, like I was about to go into a spiral of panic. This nightmare persisted for the entire day. I felt completely out of sync with reality. Like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see, and it was clawing at my brain. When I got home, I was exhausted, and I just wanted to go to bed. So I did. My boyfriend was worried, but I just told him that I wasn't feeling well and that I wanted to sleep. Thankfully, when I woke up the next day, everything was back to normal. My reflection followed my movements perfectly again, and I wasn't feeling weird anymore when I looked at myself. I still can't explain what happened, but it has made me question some things about our existence, I guess. Because it felt like reality was out of sync with me, or vice versa. Has anyone else ever had something like this happen? Or do you have any theories on what could have caused this glitch in the Matrix? So, I know that this sounds odd, but just stick with me. The first time this happened was about 5 years ago. One thing to know is that I really like scary movies, but mostly because I can recognize the patterns. They have interesting plots, and I don't get scared easily. Anyways, on the night that this happened, my family and I, my mom, her boyfriend, and sister, had decided to watch the original Blair Witch movie since my mom really liked it, and neither my sister nor I had seen it. We watched the movie, turn on the lights, and everyone is joking about the iconic snot bubble and whatnot. My sister and I then go to the bathroom. She was pretty young at this point and still got scared pretty easily. And when we return from the bathroom, the entire living room is pitch black, and my mom and her boyfriend are nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but the vibe in the room has noticeably shifted, and it's freaky quiet. At first I thought they were trying to prank or scare us, so I started calling out for them and saying things like, "Hey guys, not funny. My sister's still really scared." And, "Okay, joke's up. Sister is starting to freak out." And this continues for a good 3 to 5 minutes. During this time, my sister is actually freaking out because we just watched a scary movie about people disappearing, and now her protectors are mysteriously missing. And the mood in the room is now rancid. After those minutes passed, it's like we both blinked, and then all of a sudden we were back in the brightly lit living room, and my mom and her boyfriend were sitting exactly where they were when we left, and were looking at us super concerned. Obviously, both my sister and I are thoroughly freaked out by this point, and I confirm with her that she did, in fact, also just experience what I did. My mom and her boyfriend are trying to console us, and, to be honest, I highly doubt they actually believed us. We got through the night without any other weirdness, but my sister and I will not forget that night for a very long time. Of course, just one weird glitch like that would have been more than enough for me during this lifetime, but the multiverse seems to have different plans. So, the next time a glitch like this occurred was about 6-ish months ago when I was rewatching the newer version of Blair Witch, the 2016 version, with my roommate. While we were watching the movie, everything was fine and nothing was weird. Neither one of us got particularly scared, and I had decided to call it a night. Before heading to bed, I wanted to get my work clothes washed and dried, so I started doing that. By this point, my roommate had left to go to her room. Important note, this was a student apartment, so it was laid out with the living room, where we watched the movie, in the front with the partially enclosed kitchen next to it. Next to the kitchen was a small hallway that had a small laundry closet on one side, and my room on the opposite, and then 2 bedrooms at the end of the hall. In order for my roommates to get to the living room from her room, she would have had to have walked directly in front of or behind me. As I'm putting my laundry in the washer, I look and see my roommate's door cracked and can hear her on the phone with her mom. So I just go back to my business and finish loading everything up. After I'm done, I look into the living room one last time to make sure I didn't need to put anything else away, and like the time before, it's pitch black in the room and the vibes are suddenly very not good. I can't see the streetlight that is usually shining through the living room. It's freaky quiet, and I can't hear my roommate on the phone anymore. While taking this all in and trying to figure out what the hell is going on, I'm standing in the middle of the hallway, essentially blocking the path, and have not moved from the laundry closet. Then, like last time, I blinked and all of a sudden my roommate is sitting on the couch watching TV, asking me why I'm just standing there staring at her. I still have absolutely no clue why this continues to happen to me, or why it has something to do with the Blair Witch franchise, but I think it's safe to say that I will be avoiding the franchise for the rest of my life. I don't think my brain could survive another glitch like one of these. This has been a hard one for me to write out for some reason. Every time I start to think about it, it just feels daunting. I've had oddly persistent thoughts pop in a time or two trying to convince me that this didn't happen, but the reality of the situation so far outweighs any mental gaslighting or narrative rewrites that could possibly exist to sway me. Currently, at least. Not to mention the rest of the family who got to witness parts of this. So, we were on a trip in a cabin out in Pisgah National Forest, right next to a river in one of the most scenic spots we've been to, probably ever. The ground is covered in gold dust and glitter from crushed gemstones. There's a quartz crystal half the size of a car engine sitting on the porch. I mean, this place checked missing 411 boxes like whoa. And I was immediately aware of that, because those stories are horrifying. But this place wasn't. And the wooden cabin itself was a 2-story quaint open-air loft that had half of the second story used as a sleeping area with a bed, which is where my daughter was. You could look out from that area in the living room where we had the Xbox, and then our room was directly underneath her area in a closed-off room. So, late Saturday/early Sunday morning, my little girl woke up late in the night and told me that she was having a hard time sleeping. But we were both oddly awake too, hours past when we would normally fall asleep. We'd both been quietly reading or watching something, despite being oddly energized. So, it was nothing for me to get up and help her get cozy again. We decided that new places can be creepy with their shadows, so maybe a light would be a good idea. But with the way that our room was situated, and with how we had to keep a door open for the dogs, there was approximately 1 lamp in the cabin that would work as a nightlight, rather than an all-out spotlight on one of the 3 of us. So, after clicking on every damn light to find that out, I finally got to that one and clicked the switch, only to have it do nothing. I frowned and got on this big couch chair to look behind it, I knew that's where the solitary outlet on that side of the room was. I was checking to see if perhaps the lamp had just been unplugged in between guests or something to that effect. It had been, so that was good news. But the bad news is that I'd watched my husband pull out this monstrous chair earlier, and it was heavy as hell. I think I had a wry laugh under my breath and said, "Of course," and then started to reach down to try to plug it in blindly before freezing and having a paranoid cabin fire fear flash through my head. Because I was already suspicious of their wiring, and I've long had an irrational fear of jamming a plug into the socket the wrong way and electrocuting myself. Falling onto an electric fence out of a tree at the age of 10 will lend itself to those. So I was like, "Not today, Satan," and got down to try to wrench the chair out as quietly as I could. Just so far enough that I could get behind it and see that A, the cord wasn't melted or damaged, and simply unplugged for that kind of reason. It wasn't. And B, check that each prong was going into the correct plug as I proceeded to plug it into the top one. Everything was good to go. Voila, the light comes on. It's perfect, and we all managed to fall asleep finally. Flash forward to the next afternoon when we were leaving the cabin and securing it, because we were leaving the dogs as well. For some reason, our dogs love those YouTube music compilations for pets, so I stopped and turned the Xbox on and set it up. It was still plugged into that bottom outlet. And then I did a sweep of the house before walking out the door, only to have that fire fear flash through again. And I backed up right into the house like I was put in reverse, went directly to that lamp from last night, and turned it off. Then, after a pause, unplugged it entirely. My reasoning was that I didn't know why they had left it that way, and that, after thinking about it, realized no other appliances were unplugged, so perhaps they were worried about this one or something and forgotten to tell us. Didn't know, didn't have to think long on it, because I was taking care of the problem by unplugging it anyways. Did that, left the music playing, everyone was content. Flash forward to that night when my husband started feeling the effects of carrying luggage and driving, and doing all the, "No, I got it, let me do it for yous," in the absolute best of ways, it's just how he is, in his back, and unfortunately I suspected that we might need it, and had brought a portable back massager that he could wrap around himself. But he needed to sit somewhere other than the kitchen table for it. So I had him move over to the big chair from the other night, and told them that I would set him up there. He mentioned something about how we wouldn't be able to watch the Xbox if he sat there to do it, and I'm absent-mindedly moving stuff around and setting up and respond, "No, it's fine. I unplugged that lamp earlier, so that's why it's not on right now." To which he replied, "What? I'm talking about the outlet." And I'm like, "Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't have to unplug the Xbox because I can use the top plug where the lamp was. Wait, do you need that light on for some reason?" At this point he says no, but he's staring at me, clearly confused and trying to sort something out. I'm practically horizontal now, just trying to pull this damn chair out and shaking my head at how he's not understanding me, but I'm letting it go because he's clearly in pain. This time, I only pulled it out a bit, because I had already done my check last night. It was daylight, and thus I would be able to see it to plug it in much easier with much less space required. But this time, when I looked down, what I saw was what initially looked like a melted top outlet. So I'm startled. I call him over to come help me pull it out further because it looks like that outlet had melted. My first thoughts were, "Oh my god, thank god I unplugged that before we left," followed by, "Wait, was I wrong to even plug it back in? Did I do this somehow?" As he's helping me, he's like, "Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. That's why I had to plug the Xbox into the bottom one and put the charger over there." But by this time, The couch is pulled out and we're both able to get down in front of it, only to find out that it's not only melted, it's not even really there at all. The entire top outlet, the exact one that I had plugged the lamp into the night prior and had unplugged it from that day, was busted away and had paper and tape shoved into the outlet, preventing anything from being plugged in. It did not look remotely new, and there's not a chance in hell that anyone was in the cabin while we were gone. The owners were gone, the doors were locked, and we were on locked private land that had a gate at the end of a half-mile driveway through almost vertical wilderness. And, again, all that aside, I inspected it. I've run through everything I possibly can, and I have absolutely nothing. He says it was like that whenever we arrived, and that's why he used the bottom outlet. Yet, completely sober and completely lucid, having all these boxes I was checking off, I personally inspected that thing prior to using it, and also saw it again when I unplugged it. So, that's my glitch. We ran through everything we could, but still have nothing. So much writing for such a small moment in time, but I had to get this out in case there's a detail somewhere that I'm missing. Side notes, I don't know how to rephrase this, but there is something palpable that happens when there's a glitch like this, and I haven't been able to put words to it. It's like the air is fragile and could snap at any moment for these teetering moments in time. And then the confusion, but surety sets in, and there's this vibe that something is witnessing you witness this. This was the first glitch that the last part in particular felt incredibly strong to me. Something of note is that I am never this attentive to detail. Almost ever. I can be massively ADD, and attention to detail was definitely never written on my report cards in a good way. I was simply the cluster of my concern for my animals, the cabin, the fire fears in general. It all had me going through things uncharacteristically and methodically, almost bordering on OCD, if I'm being honest. Okay, so it's taken me a while to come to terms with what happened, and even now, I'm left with more questions than answers. I'm hoping that by sharing this story, someone may say, hey, that happened to me too, or perhaps I can gain some insight into the nature of reality itself. And if not, maybe getting this story out into the world will do something good for my mental state. Let me start by giving just a little bit of background, probably not fully relevant. At the time that this happened, I was a university student living off campus with a couple of roommates. We were all pretty close, and would often hang out together when we had free time. Our apartment was situated in a fairly quiet residential neighborhood, and I would frequently walk to and from campus, which took about 20 minutes at most. One day, I had a late-night study session at the library, and I decided to head home around a bit before midnight. The streets were obviously deserted, and the only sound was the distant hum of traffic on the highway. As I made my way through the familiar streets, just making my short trip from point A to point B, I kept getting this really weird feeling like something was off. It felt like I was being watched or stared at. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination and the eeriness of the empty streets and just continued on my way. As I approached an intersection, I noticed a woman standing on the opposite corner. I couldn't make out all of her details, but she had shoulder-length brown hair and a beige coat. I didn't recognize her, but I could tell that there was something unsettling about her presence. She seemed to be looking straight at me, and as our eyes met, I kind of felt sick to my stomach. I shook it off and just went ahead across the street as I was planning and continued on. However, as I rounded the next corner, I was met with a sight that made my heart skip a beat. That same woman was standing on the opposite corner, staring directly at me. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was no way that she could have reached that corner before me. At this point, I was really feeling a bit uneasy, so I decided to take a detour and cut through an alley that would lead me to a different, more populated street. I hoped that by changing my route, I could shake this odd feeling. Unfortunately, my plan did not work. Once again, at the next intersection, I ran into that same woman. And every time, she would look up and stare at me and give me that same nauseous feeling. By this point, I was starting to panic. I felt like I was trapped in some kind of messed up loop. It was seriously impossible for me to have run into this same person like this at numerous intersections, and honestly, the night air was starting to feel oppressive and suffocating. It was likely just panic, but it felt like I was being crushed under the pressure of the air. At this point, I decided to just make a run for it to get back to my home. I sprinted down the street, my heart pounding in my chest, and I struggled to take deep breaths. I swear, I could feel the woman's presence behind me. Like she was chasing me as fast as I was running, but she was never there behind me. After sprinting at full speed, I ended up getting to a park that was connected to the property where our apartment was, and it was almost relieving. I knew what this was. I knew that this was close to home and that I was done. As I paused to catch my breath, I kept getting this weird urge to look back. And I really didn't want to, but I felt that I had to. I did. And of course, at the back edge of the park opposite from where I had entered, she was standing there, staring at me. To say that I was freaked out would be an understatement. I said screw it and ran to my building just thinking that getting home would be enough to break me away from this lady. When I arrived at my apartment, my roommates were still awake, and I immediately shared my story with them. They listened with a mix of concern and disbelief, and we spent the rest of the night discussing various theories about what could have caused this glitch. One of them suggested that it could have been an hallucination, or maybe it was a set of triplets out there just really messing with people, but my other roommate was more into thinking that it was some kind of paranormal encounter or weird alternate dimension stuff. I don't know which it was, but it definitely felt more paranormal. Hence why I'm saying this was likely a glitch of some sort. It was like that woman was some kind of real-life Agent Smith or something, just watching me. In the days that followed, I was perfectly fine. But the memory of that woman kept kind of messing with me. I kept feeling like I should look over my shoulder and then she would be there. I only saw someone that looked like her one other time, at a Walmart of all places, but this woman didn't pay any attention to me at all. She was shopping, and she didn't notice me, so I don't think that she was the woman from that night. As time has gone on, I've become much less paranoid, but I still have so many questions. Who the hell was that woman? Why was she staring at me? And what was pretty much everything else that happened about that night? It was a really weird, terrifying glitch for me to go through, and I will honestly never forget how it made me feel to see her, and how each time it honestly felt worse. I may never know the answers to my questions, but one thing is certain. My encounter with the woman has seriously changed the way that I view reality. I now find myself questioning the very nature of our existence, and the delicate balance that holds our world together. And I can't help but wonder if, one day, I'll once again find myself coming up to an intersection, looking up, and see her standing there again. I have a frustrating and confusing thing that happened to me that I'm calling a glitch. mostly because I have no other word for it. I'm obviously confused about what the hell it was, what happened, and how it happened, but I've come to accept that things are weird in our world, and sometimes there just are no answers. So, I was getting ready for work in the morning one day, and I could not, for the life of me, find my car key. My car has a push-to-start button, and the key doesn't actually have a key, so it's just a fob. The keys are always connected to my keyring, which has my house key, and my little RFC thing to get into my office at work. I also have a fun little keychain too, but other than that, it's always just those 4 things attached to a single ring. This way, I never lose any of them because they never come off. For some reason, when I went to head to work that morning, my car key was not on the ring. The keychain was there, the house key was there, the RFC thing was there for work, but the car key was just gone. I was annoyed, but I thought that maybe the plastic that held it onto the ring had broken. Like maybe it just fell off somewhere in the house and I would find it soon. Thankfully, I have a spare that I keep in the junk drawer in the kitchen. So I went and grabbed it and headed off to work. One thing to note about the one that I keep in the junk drawer is that it is broken. I don't remember how it broke, but part of the housing on the bottom corner is broken off. So I have a small strip of duct tape wrapped around it to keep it from coming apart or getting worse. I grabbed it and just headed to work thinking I would eventually locate my good fob, or else I was going to have to go and get a new one, which was not ideal. The whole day, I was trying to figure out what I could have done with the old fob, or where I could have dropped it. Like I mentioned, the car is a push to start, so in order to drive it literally anywhere, you have to have the fob in the car. If you start the car and remove the fob, it starts beeping loudly at you and saying that the key is not in the car. Plus, if you turn the car off and then try to turn it back on without the fob being in the car, it will not turn the engine over, and you cannot shift out of park. On top of this, if the key is in the car, you can't lock the doors. If you try to use the second remote to lock the car with the fob in the car, the doors immediately unlock. Basically, this car was designed so that you could not leave the key fob behind, and you could not leave it in the car. So, because of this, I knew that I couldn't have left it at the office, and I couldn't have lost it at the Wendy's where I had my dinner the night before, and there was no way that it was in my car as the car was locked overnight. It had to either be in the front yard between my car and the front door, or somewhere in the house. That was my final deduction. I put it off my mind and just decided that I would worry about it whenever I got back. When I did get home, I looked all over the front yard for the fob, and it's not like it's a big yard. I then looked all over my house where the fob could be and several places that it couldn't be, and of course it was in none of them. I was so confused and lost. It made no sense how it could just up and disappear like this. Even if the plastic broke, because it would have had to have been somewhere here at home. I played over every second of the last 2 days when I went to bed, just trying to think of the last time that I saw it. And I was certain that I saw it when I walked in because I typically hang my keys up on the hook by the door. I knew for a fact that I saw it at that point, which meant that the last place I saw it was on my keyring, hanging on the wall, the night before it seemingly vanished. Once again, I just kind of shrugged it off and thought that it would most likely show up. It had to be in the house at this point. The next morning, I got up and did my morning routine, and then when I went to grab my set of keys that I am now certain were hanging on the hook, they weren't there. I was seriously frustrated at this point. First my car key, and then my whole damn set of keys? I looked all over the floor, the table near the front door, the kitchen. They were nowhere. I frustratingly grabbed my jacket to go outside and see if I dropped them on the way to the door, when I noticed that the jacket had some heft on one side. My keys were in the pocket. I laughed at myself for not checking the jacket, as that was an obvious spot for them to be, and I just grabbed them and pulled them out. This is where the weird got even weirder. The car key that was on my keyring was the original one, not the spare that I had to use the day prior. I stared at it like, wait, what? I inspected it, and yeah, it was the original. The fob was fully intact. There was no duct tape holding it together. Strangely enough, the spare one, it wasn't on my keyring at all. It had been replaced by the normal one. I went to the kitchen and checked the drawer, and there was the spare one, sitting in the same spot as always, as if I had never pulled it out or had to use it. I was dumbfounded. I have no idea what kind of trick the Matrix was pulling here, or why it was doing it, but I now had my original key on the keyring, and the spare back in the drawer, as if nothing had ever happened. I was annoyed. I think that's the best word for it, but I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth here. I had both of my fobs, and that was that. I don't see any way for this to have happened. How did my original key get lost and then come back and replace itself on the keyring like that? Before anyone asks, I live alone. I don't have any pets, not that I can think of any domestic animals smart enough to do this, and there's no one that has a key to my house that lives anywhere nearby. My mom can get into my place, but she would have no reason to steal my car key and then replace it like that. Plus, she lives an hour away. So if she did do so, well, it just wouldn't make any sense. But that's my glitch. As mundane as it is, it frustrated me. I am glad that by the end of it, everything just got reset back to how it was supposed to be, though. This is one of the somewhat silly, yet still unexplainable glitches that I've experienced. My boyfriend and I went to a Pink Floyd laser light show. Yes, we're dorks, get over it. And there were 2 acts to the show. And the ushers gave everyone 2 different pairs of paper visual effect glasses, one for each act. We each received 1 black pair, which had the Dark Side of the Moon album art on it, and 1 white pair, which had the graphics from the Wall album. I was, accidentally, given 2 of the white pairs along with 1 black. At the end of the show, my boyfriend was looking for his pair of black glasses. He wanted to keep them as a free souvenir, and he didn't like the white ones as much. As we exited the dark theater, he realized he had somehow ended up with both of my white pairs of glasses. His black ones were nowhere to be found. I had already discarded my own. He shrugged and pocketed both the white ones anyways. Better than nothing. I decided to buy a t-shirt on the way out, so he stood by the exit doors and waited for me. There was a large crowd at the merchandise stand, so I was there for about 10 minutes. He remained in the same spot the whole time, just scrolling through Twitter. Once I had purchased my t-shirt, I approached my boyfriend and reached for his hand so that I could hold it as we walked to the car. When he removed it from his pocket, he was shocked to find the missing pair of black paper glasses. All the more shocking, the white ones were suddenly nowhere to be found. I suppose it was a positive glitch. He got what he wanted, but it was creepy nonetheless. And for a second glitch this person had, they submitted it in the same submission. I've worked in the same large hotel for 6 years, since the very day that it opened, There are 19 floors and hundreds of staff members, but only 2 service elevators. So, you can probably imagine that they need a whole lot of maintenance. They also have a nasty habit of malfunctioning. Usually it's harmless, even familiar. There's a boom. The polite elevator voice says, "This elevator is out of service." And then it starts right back up again as if nothing happened. But every once in a while, someone will get stuck. And depending on what the problem is and how quickly help arrives, it could be a little while before they see the light of day again. There are, of course, failsafes in modern elevators to prevent them from dropping you 19 floors to your ultimate doom. But it's still frightening being trapped inside of a giant metal box, hundreds of feet above the ground. It happened to me once. I got stuck on the 17th floor, but I didn't panic. I knew that the chief engineer, and potentially also the fire department, would be on the way to set me free as soon as possible. So I waited patiently. But what I didn't know was that the entire building had lost power, not just the elevator. So shortly after the gears locked up, the lights also turned off. There's a different kind of darkness that exists within the thick metal walls of a dead elevator, where there are no natural sources of light. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Everything was quiet and still and black. It was off-putting, to say the least. And suddenly, the number display lit up again. It read V12. And that was very strange because I've never seen the letter V anywhere on the display before, and I certainly was not on the 12th floor. But before I could make sense of it, the doors opened with a mechanical whoosh. My jaw dropped. I was in the lobby. For 6 years, I've been riding the same shifty, shaky elevators, and I'm accustomed to the sound of the heavy doors sliding open, the shuddering noises in the shafts, and the very noticeable jerk that happens below your feet as an elevator begins to move. There is nothing smooth, quiet, or subtle about these old machines. Therefore, there is absolutely no way that I could have unknowingly descended from the 17th floor all the way to the lobby. It just isn't possible. I did not feel one single jolt, did not hear one clank. I felt like I was emerging from a horror movie, and suddenly, I couldn't help but imagine what sinister things might have been lurking there with me in the impenetrable darkness, while I vulnerably waited for assistance. Maybe it was a glitch in time, or space, or something else altogether. Suffice to say, I can now understand why some people are afraid of elevators. Okay, so 15 years ago, I was in my mid-20s at that point. I was not in the best place in my life. My boyfriend had cheated on me and then left to work in Libya, leaving me to exist alone in the very house that the act had occurred in. We had been living together at that time, so because of this, I made the decision that it would be best to go live with my parents, as his place just reminded me of it. At some point during this time, my best friend, in an attempt to make me feel better, took me out to a concert that I had been anticipating. I had seen these guys before and was highly anticipating it. I had a crush on the lead singer because of the boyfriend situation, and I wanted to look hot because I clearly was insecure and wanted to just rage on some ska music. Side note, Warsaw Poland Brothers, check them out. I had a particularly amazing, awesome white short skirt that I was wearing. And at the show, I got drunk. Strike that, wasted. My parents, although very loving, were very strict about their rules that I was to abide by while I was living under their roof. Needless to say, I did not want my friend to take me back to my parents' house after the show because I was literally puking mindlessly in her car on the way back from the show. I didn't want to deal with the repercussions involved with my life choices should I arrive back at my parents' house in that condition. Therefore, I asked my friend to drop me off at my boyfriend's house to crash and figure it out in the morning. Now, at this point, it is important for me to relay the fact that, at this particular point in time, I had no possessions over at his house. I mean, nothing but my drunk back end, and I passed out in the clothes I was wearing, like walk of shame status. So, the next morning, my friend came to pick me up to take me back to my parents' house, as I had no way of getting home otherwise because she had picked me up from my parents' house the night before. As I mentioned, I had no possessions over there at this point. As a matter of fact, there was basically nothing at all, because my boyfriend had already been gone for months overseas. There was basically just furniture. Yet, as I went to put my clothes back on from the night before, because that's all I had with me, the skirt was MIA. It was gone. No, seriously, not like I couldn't find it. Like I said, there was only basic furniture. Therefore, there were no clothes or piles of crap or anything to look through to find it. It was just straight up gone. Now, mind you, my friend and I were blown away by this because she took me into the house and physically dumped my wasted frame into the bed that night prior. The next morning, according to my friend, she found me exactly as she had left me. Yet, when I went to get my only clothes that I had to put back on, the skirt was nowhere to be found. I never found it. It freaked us out because there was literally no valid explanation. Matter of fact, for years afterward, my friend and I would bring that particular experience up in conversation, referencing how crazy it was. Now, fast forward 10 years later. I had happened to be living in yet another place, completely new to me at the time. Now would be an appropriate time to tell you that, within that 10-year time period, I moved from place to place, state to state, here and there. You catch my drift. I had basically been living out of my car during this time and was a full-on vagabond. I had nothing to my name, and to put it lightly, I was fully aware of this because I was working with so little, and what I did possess was minute enough to come into contact every day. I knew exactly what I was working with every day because everything I was aware of carrying around with me was futile. Anything else did not exist in my world at that time. So, imagine how mind-blown I was to have been doing laundry at this new place one day, only to pull out of the freshly dried basket of clothes. Yep, you guessed it, that skirt. 10 years later, in a completely different location. Since it had been my absolute favorite skirt, I recognized the unique to itself bend in the black tag, which made me know that it was my exact one that had disappeared. Now, let me ice this weird cake with one last fact. I never put it in the washer or the dryer. It didn't manifest until the laundry basket, when I was folding the clothes post-drying. I didn't even notice getting it out of the dryer, not until I was folding the clothes minutes later. What in the hell is that about? It's been 5 years since its return, and I still have it. Where the hell did it go for 10 years? It's so inexplicable that I think about that phenomenon regularly. I mean, how could I not? I don't know if this was a glitch or paranormal. It was 2005, a little over a year after my grandmother had passed away from pancreatic cancer. At this time, I was finishing up my 12th grade year and an adult education that is located in my hometown, which is in Michigan. Growing up, I was extremely close with my grandmother, and the house that we lived in had two full houses, an upstairs with its own appliances, and a much bigger downstairs with its own appliances, plus a huge spooky basement. My mom lived upstairs, and I chose to live downstairs with my grandmother. During this time, my mom was mostly doing drugs and selling them, and she had very little time for me, so my grandmother became my backbone, and we had a great connection. My mom was there, sort of. She mostly gave me things, but we never really hung out, and it sucked. So, to bring this glitch story back on subject, I'll start here. After my grandmother passed away, I was devastated and depressed, especially since we lost the home that I grew up in and all my memories were there. The only memories I had now were the things that my grandmother left behind. In this case, it was a pair of double-sided gold hoop earrings whom my aunts that passed away had purchased for my grandmother for a special occasion. I can't remember what the special occasion was. I cherished the earrings and often received many compliments. On this particular day, I had worn the earrings to the adult education school that I was going to, and because it was an adult education, they let you do anything for a credit. I chose to cook and serve lunch to the other students and staff. The school was old but pretty clean and well kept in the kitchen area, and there were two big, huge mirrors on the wall before you exit the cafeteria area/gymnasium. I know you're wondering what this has to do with anything and where this story is going, but please, bear with me. After the lunch was made, because it was self-serve, I decided to eat while everyone else was eating, but I stayed in the kitchen area while everyone else was, of course, in the cafeteria. I finished my food and decided to look into the big mirrors that were in the kitchen to make sure that my face was clean, but most importantly, I made sure that both of my earrings were also on. I leave the kitchen, walk through the cafeteria, and into the hall to socialize with my friends. Before I could get far, this guy grabs me and scoops me off of my feet and wrestles me around, and then finally puts me down. I punch him a few times as he laughs, and I immediately check my ears, and one of my earrings was missing. So, at this point, I'm furious, and I'm hitting him even more. Lunch is over, and yet my earring is nowhere to be found. I never went back to class, though. I retraced all of my steps and went on a 2-hour journey of looking for this missing earring. I was so upset. I searched all the halls, shook out my clothes, and checked the bathrooms. I searched the entire school. It was so frustrating. I lost an expensive earring that was my grandmother's. I moped and realized at this point that it was useless. I was outside, anticipating my mom's arrival to pick me up from the adult education center, and she was already late and most of my friends had left. It was springtime, so the weather was decent. She pulled into the parking lot, and I stepped into the vehicle, but before I could sit down, there was the earring, laying on the passenger side of the floor towards the front area. I was extremely confused. I asked my mom if she saw it in her car, and she said no, and then continued on by saying that she had just dropped off my aunt, and she didn't see it either. I told my mom what happened, and she really didn't have much to say, but in the back of my mind, I'm wondering what just happened. How was this possible? I remember feeling and seeing both of my earrings in my ear before walking into that hallway that day, and before I had checked my ears multiple times that day just to be safe. Because these earrings, they have sentimental value to me, and they were expensive. I wasn't wearing any other jewelry that day besides a bracelet. So, the only other explanation is still not a good one, which was that I was wearing one earring the whole day and didn't realize it. But if so, how did I see the earring in the mirror? Was I seeing and feeling things that weren't there? I did smoke marijuana, but it never made me see things that weren't there, and on that particular day, I wasn't on any substances, and I've never liked drinking. I'll never be able to explain this event that occurred. I know I'm not crazy, and I remember specifically what I saw, and what I felt. I'm happy to have the earring back, but I've never worn them since that day, and I let my older sister put them away in a safe. I'll always have this fear of losing those earrings, and I don't think I'll ever wear them again. So, was this a glitch? Or did something paranormal happen? Either way, I'm just thankful it was in my favor. Sorry for this being such a lengthy story, but I wanted to provide as many details as possible. I do thank you all for listening, as this possible glitch was in my favor, and I hope all of yours are too. I posted this on another subreddit, and it got some attention and brought up a lot of discussion, so I was sent here. And this took place about a year ago. I've had a weird one that stuck with me for a while. I don't really know how to make sense of it, but I honestly have accepted that I'm not going to be able to figure it out. It was a normal day at home, on my day off. I had just bought my house like 3 months ago, and was still getting used to it. I sat down on my sectional in my living room watching TV. I had just made some clam chowder, literally my favorite, and I had set it in front of me while I put on South Park since it's my comfort show, and this was probably around noon. It was bright out, and the house was lit up through the blinds. This is where I get goosebumps. I cannot, for the life of me, remember what happened next. It was 7:42 p.m. It was like a snap of someone's fingers and the world moved on without me. South Park was still on, definitely not near the episode that I started on, which was the episode about Yelpers. And my food was still untouched where I left it. I just wasn't sitting up anymore. I was laying on the couch in front of my fireplace. I never lay there. I usually use it to sit and tie my shoes before I head out. I can't really explain the feeling, but I would say that there was an immense raw sense of fear that came over me because I couldn't figure out where the time went or what happened. There were no pieces to put together. Besides that, I just felt kind of sick and out of body, which I kind of attributed to how worked up I got. It never happened to me before, has not happened since. There's no history of anything like that in the family. I'm truly at a loss for one. To make myself feel better, I just reheated the clam chowder and ate it, though. Some answers to things that were asked. I installed a carbon monoxide detector shortly after I bought the house, so it wasn't that. When I woke up, besides the general feeling I had, there were marks on my foot like it was tied up in a wire thread. But the marks didn't last to the next day. There is no history of epilepsy or blackouts in my family. After this, I experienced shivers in my spine, not painful, but at random times it felt like the center of my spine would get cold, and it would shoot up and down the length of my back. It would give my whole body goosebumps. And this still happens to me now, but nowhere near as often as when this happened. I had missed calls and texts, but I didn't text or call anyone while I was missing. That couch is super uncomfortable. I hate it. It's just to put things on. I have an awesome sectional that I can't get enough of. No idea why I would randomly wake up on the couch. I would never do it to begin with, and I wouldn't even let a puppy sleep on it. And also, feel free to ask anything else. I'll start this by saying that my mom and I are superstitious, and we believe in the paranormal and weird stuff, or things such as glitches. This happened to us yesterday, and we've told a few people, and they all think it's extremely weird and isn't possible. My mom and I were coming back from New York. We were on the highway and were going to take the Mansfield exit to go through town. All of a sudden, after a weird fog that lasted maybe 10 seconds, we were on this long road that we don't recognize. And the next exit is Sebring. Sebring is 18 minutes away from Mansfield. Sebring is also an exit coming back from the opposite way, which is further into Pennsylvania and nowhere near the New York border. We came up on the Sebring exits as if we were headed back from the opposite side of the state. We're both trying to put it together, and the last time we remember seeing was 420, of course. And we were never conscious of the time until it was 6:20. A few minutes after we got off at Sebring, we got off at the Elkland exit, one of the first exits right outside of New York, before we got back on the highway towards the Mansfield exit, when we went through the thick fog. I remember it because I said, "Holy crap," when I saw how thick it was. But our conclusion is that the fog did something to cause the glitch, and now we're just confused and missing an extra hour of our lives. To put it in perspective even further, coming back from New York, you almost immediately hit the Elkland exit. We got off there to go to a store, and we got back onto the highway so that we could get off at the Mansfield exit, which is a little bit after the Elkland exit. In order to get to the Sebring exit, we would have had to have passed 2 or 3 town exits. As I said, Sebring is 18 minutes away from Mansfield, and there's no way that we could have gotten there in the span of 5 minutes. We came at the exit as if we were going back to Mansfield and Elkland. And that's just impossible. We stayed on the highway, and we didn't make any turns or anything. It's just something that's really weird. On the night of December 21st, I was in the basement watching a movie when my dad's phone started blowing up with calls. He was asleep, so I went up to see what was going on. It was my brother, and he had called multiple times. He had also called me multiple times, but my phone was on silent because of the movie, and because my fantasy hockey team's chat was super active and getting annoying. I called him back, and he said that he had been in an accident, and that he thought he was going to get a DUI. He was coming home from out of state, and I'm still not sure of the details. I guess that he had pulled off into a truck stop, and police saw him not go through the wait station, so they stopped him. And at some point, he accidentally backed into a big rig. Nothing happened with actually backing up into the truck, just minor damage on his end, but he refused the field test and opted for a blood test, which he got, and he also got to spend a night and a half a day in jail. That is all really irrelevant and personal, so I'll spare the other details. Anyways, a week later, my dad gets a call from a random number. The person on the other end says, "Dad, I was in an accident." He said it sounded just like him. After some frantic calling, which he never picked up, we finally got a hold of his friend who knew where he would be working construction that day. My dad and my other brother decided to drive out there to see if they could find any sign of him in his truck. Remember, his previous accident is still fresh in everyone's head, so everyone was in a state of panic. They finally get to the job site and see him there. He has no idea what they're talking about when they tell him that they got a call from him saying he was just in an accident. He had not been in an accident, and had just been working all that morning. We were all baffled by what happened. Who called my dad's phone? The number just disconnects when called, but it's associated with the local mortgage company. Was it someone playing a prank? Was someone else actually in an incident and dialed the wrong number? Why did it sound like my brother? And why a week after all of that? We all find this extremely disturbing with the timings, so I guess that's my glitch. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I find myself entertaining the idea that it was a call from a different timeline or something. Also, I wasn't sure about adding this, but maybe this will just add to the strangeness. 7 years ago to the week, I saw a major car accident from a police chase, and then 2 years after that, which would be that same December week, I got into an accident with someone that same brother knew. It ended amicably, but the girl I hit said, "These things always seem to happen during the holidays." Because she had also been in an accident around that same exact time a year or so prior. Maybe this is all a bunch of coincidences, but I feel like that's a few too many. Hello, Raven. I've never experienced a glitch in the Matrix up until the point of this story. And I want to say that it's something I never want to experience again. Something about reality breaking right in front of you makes you feel... I don't know how to explain it, but I guess sick is the best way to put it. Maybe I'm just being dramatic, but something about it made me feel panicky and ill. And my event wasn't even that big of a deal, to be honest. I've been listening to your podcast for a long time now, and I always thought it would be kind of neat to go through one of these. And yeah, now I regret ever thinking that. Anyways, I guess a bit of backstory is necessary to set a bit of foundation for who I am and the whole situation. My boyfriend and I both work full-time jobs. We work a pretty similar schedule. We don't live together yet, so the times that we get to see each other are after work and on the weekends, assuming that he has them off. We've decided that, in order to have a date night every week, we would meet up at a local restaurant after work every Thursday night. That way we could have our nights together and do anything else that we wanted to do after we ate dinner. A few weeks ago, it was a normal Thursday and we were meeting up to have dinner, and I was pretty psyched because I wanted to tell him something about work. I had pulled in, and he had texted me saying that he was going to be a bit later than normal because his boss wanted to do his annual review right then. So, it was going to be about 20 or 30 minutes. I told him that I would go in and wait for him, and he said he would try to be as quick as he could. I was there, sitting at the table by the door and waiting for him to get there, when I look up and see his car pull into the parking lot. I could pick his car out of a lineup, mostly because it is the prettiest shade of blue/green, and he has a vanity plate that is literally his name. It's an uncommon male name that starts with an L. I know for a fact that I saw his car pull into the lot as I saw the color and the plate. I even saw him park and start to get out of the car. I then glanced back down at my phone, finished my text to whoever I was texting, and then I stood up to head towards the door to meet him there and give him a hug. I got to the door and looked out, and his car was gone. The spot where I saw him park was now occupied by a red Camry, and he was nowhere to be seen. I was confused, but I thought that maybe he had somehow run back to his car and parked in another spot or something. I don't know why he would do that, but stranger things have happened. I stepped out of the building and looked around, but he was not in the parking lot. I pulled my phone up and hit the button to call him to see why he had left. He answered, completely apologetic, and informed me that he had just gotten out of the review with his boss and that he was heading there right then. I reiterated what he said, kind of asking if he was just now leaving, and he hadn't been in the parking lot yet. He sort of laughed and said, "No, I'm about 15 minutes out, just now getting to the parking lot at the office." This was confirmed, because I actually heard his boss in the background saying, "Sorry I kept him later than intended. I hope you two have a good night, Rachel." We're pretty good friends with his boss, so this wasn't weird, but it did confirm that he was, in fact, still there at the office. I just kind of said okay and wrapped up the call. After we hung up, I was struck with the weirdest feeling. That sick feeling that I mentioned earlier. I was trying to figure out if I was losing it, if I was hallucinating, if I was just somehow seeing things that weren't there. But I knew inside that I saw my boyfriend pull into the parking lot, park, and then get out of his car. I have no idea why or how it all reset to the point that he hadn't even left yet, but it did. It is still, to this day, the weirdest thing that I have ever experienced. And I don't really know how to get past it beyond just writing the story out for you and trying my best to accept that things aren't always stable in this life of ours. Hopefully, I never experience another one of these, but if I ever do, I will absolutely let you know. Thank you for reading, and I hope that your listeners enjoy my strange experience. This happened about 8 years ago, and I still cannot explain it. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before or since. To put things in perspective, I was living alone in a 3.5 condo at the time, and I like to keep things in order. I rarely lose things because everything has its place. But here's what happened. I returned home very late one night from work, around midnight. I had my glasses on all day at work and was certainly wearing them on my drive home. The next day, I left my glasses at home because I went to the gym and wore my contacts. I also took a taxi somewhere during the afternoon, and then spent the rest of the night at home. Then, the following morning, I woke up, took a shower, and I went to the kitchen to get my glasses. I'm not that much into fashion, so I only have one black purse, and I always used to put it on a small wooden bench in the kitchen. This purse is where my glasses case usually was, but that morning I could not find it. So, I began to look for my glasses everywhere. I flipped my purse upside down and went around every corner of the apartment. I called my work to ask if they were there, even though it was impossible since I came back from work with my car, and I need my glasses to drive. I knew that I left them at home the day after work, but I checked with the taxi company anyways, and even went back to the gym to be sure. Those were $300 glasses. I did not want to lose them. So, after 2 weeks of wearing contacts and searching for my glasses, I came to the sad conclusion that I, somehow, had lost them. I took an appointment to get a new pair since I really liked my old frame. I took the same model, but a slightly different color. Cost me another $300. About 6 months later, one evening I go to the kitchen to get something and I see my glasses case on top of everything in my purse. I still don't know why I took a look in my purse at that moment, but a weird feeling came to me. I even thought that case looked very familiar. I couldn't understand why it was there. I took it, sat down, and I opened it, and there they were. My old pair of glasses with the little cleaning tissue, just like they never moved. I sat there for a few minutes, looking at them, completely confused. As I mentioned, I lived alone at the time and nobody came to my apartment between the time I came home from work and the morning that my glasses disappeared. And anyway, I don't see why someone would pull a joke like that. I ended up selling my new frames to a friend, and I wore my old ones because I preferred the color. 8 years later, and this still freaks me out. I have no clue where my glasses went for a whole 6 months. Maybe it was a glitch in the Matrix. Okay, so I know how this sounds, and the irony of the situation is not lost on me. I enjoy listening to your videos on YouTube where you read a selection of true Glitch in the Matrix stories. I enjoy reading these stories on Reddit too, but in the evenings, sometimes after working all day, I can't be bothered scrolling through the threads looking for good stories, as my job requires me to stare at a screen all day, and I like to actively avoid doing that in my downtime, so the YouTube videos are perfect for that situation. So I can listen and enjoy rather than actively read. So, on this evening, I found a video that was a little over an hour long, reading multiple Glitch in the Matrix stories. Eagerly, I pressed play, and I settled in with my blanket and my Coke Zero and the ball thrower for the dog. I get about a minute into it, and my mom calls me on Facebook Messenger. I'm a little bit annoyed as the story was just getting good, but I answer anyways. I keep it short, I tell her I'm watching a video, and I'll call her after. Once we hung up, I had already forgotten the build-up to the stories, so I rewind and start from the beginning. Now, I actively scrolled back to the beginning so I know for sure that I did. And I'm listening. And the stories are great and I'm really enjoying them, but it feels like only 10 or 15 minutes or so and I've reached the end of the video. Wow, I think to myself, time really flies by when you're having fun and just leave it at that. I call my mom back and we talk for a few minutes, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to say goodnight now because I kind of just feel like doing nothing for the rest of the night. I'll watch a few more vids and then I'll go to sleep as I'm on early shift starting tomorrow. Mom says goodnight. We hang up and I catch a glimpse of the time. It's only 21:49? That seems a bit odd seeing as I only finished work at around 8:30 p.m. and then went out to put fuel in my car, got home around 9 or so, fed the dog, tidied the living room, took the rubbish out. So I checked the time that Mom first called me when I had settled in and it showed 21:37, 12 minutes ago. What? The video I was watching was meant to go on for an hour and 2 minutes. I watched the whole video. I actually rewound the first minute I had already watched before Mom called because I forgot the build-up. How was it only 12 minutes ago? I figured the video may have skipped some stories or something, maybe some kind of YouTube issue. So I went back and replayed the whole video, and this time it took the full hour and 2 minutes, because I kept an eye on the time and confirmed that there was nothing new in the video. I had heard all of the stories only minutes ago, but how on earth did it finish in 12 minutes to begin with? I am completely at a loss to explain this, and thought it was well worth sharing. Thank you for listening to my submission. I live in an apartment that has a small patio. I live with my cat, and there's no way for another animal larger than a cockroach to get into said patio, because the wall separating it from my neighbor's patio is tall and unclimbable, and anything coming from above would need to take a 4-story fall. There's only one way to enter the patio, through a door in my kitchen. There are windows to the patio, but they all have mosquito screens, or nets, not sure what the right word is, that can't be removed and have no holes. I have only one cat, no other pets, and my neighbors do not own any animals. The door to the patio is sometimes open for my cat to go out when I'm home during the day, but I bring her inside and close the door when it gets dark. She's used to this routine by now, and will sometimes run inside without me coaxing her when she hears me walking to the door to the patio. So, one day, I'm going to get her. I walk towards said door and she runs inside, brushing past me. I see her, feel her fur on my leg, because I was wearing shorts. I hear her little bell go by and her soft meow of acknowledgement. As I mentioned, she knows the gig, and will sometimes come in by herself, so nothing seemed strange to me. I closed the door, looking at the floor to make sure the cloth I use as a sort of mat is not caught on the bottom of the door, because then it's a pain to open again. I go back to what I was doing, and a few minutes later, a gust of cold wind blows. And shortly after that, I start hearing scratching on the door to the patio. I thought it had to be one of two things. Either a rat had defied all laws of physics to be in my patio, or my cat was asking to go outside again. I grab a stick just in case it's the former and go to check. To my surprise, the noise came from the cat. Outside, asking to be let in. I open the door and she comes running in, meowing indignantly. As I mentioned, once inside and with the door closed, she could not have exited again. I mentioned the part of the cloth because she could not have sneaked past me as I was looking at her only way out. It's not like I only saw a dark figure and assumed it to be her. I felt and heard her too. I spent the next few hours looking at her, trying to see if she acted weird like she would if another animal were in the house, but nothing. It's been a few days, and still no sign of anything strange, other than the fact that my cat teletransported to the other side of the door. Hello, Raven. I just wanted to tell you my story about a time glitch. Well, that's what I think it was anyways. And this happened approximately 30 years ago. I grew up in a city that is famous for its mission-turned-famous hotel. My friends, my sister, and I used to sneak into the hotel and explore. On one such exploration, 3 of my friends, my sister, and I decided that we would try opening doors and see if we could peek into some rooms. We started on the 3rd floor. The hotel has 3 floors and rooftop suites, with no luck. We then proceeded to go down to the 2nd floor, where we were successful in opening some doors just to find conference rooms. One of the open doors led us to a small L-shaped exhibit. It contained like 5 statues of saints and 3 old Bibles behind glass. We spent some time putting our noses against the glass trying to read the Bible passages and the plaques under the statues. After like 20 minutes, we left, and didn't really think anything of it. The next week, our other friends wanted to explore the hotel, so we snuck in again. While there, one of my friends that was with us the previous week said that we should take our friends to the exhibit room. We went to the 2nd floor and started opening doors to the conference rooms. We got to the door where the exhibit was, and it was locked. A maintenance man happened to be walking by, so we asked him when the exhibit would be open again. He looked confused and told us that there weren't any exhibit rooms in the hotel, only in the museum. The hotel also has a museum on the 1st floor. We then proceeded to tell him that the previous week we had been there, and he asked us to show him where. We took him to the locked door. He said that the locked door was to an electrical room, and he opened it and showed us. Sure enough, it was an electrical room. We were confused and explained to him what we saw the previous week. He was concerned and took us down to speak to the manager. The manager assured us that there was no such exhibit room within the hotel. Then, he took us down to the museum and asked the curator about it. She confirmed that there wasn't any such room, and even showed us the floor plans to the hotel. When we pointed to where the supposed exhibit room was, the plans said electrical. My friends and I were so perplexed. I know for a fact that we were in that room. 5 people cannot all be wrong. We all still even talk about that room. Could we have ended up in a parallel universe? Since you guys liked my other story, I wanted to share another. This is my 2nd post here and will probably be my last one unless or until something else happens. It's crazy enough to be worth sharing here. Let me be clear that this story is way longer and very different from my last one. It's nearly traumatized me for life, and it is the strangest and scariest thing that has ever happened to me. It may sound unbelievable, but it was so messed up that I have never forgotten a detail, despite being 5 or 6 years ago. So, as I mentioned, this was some time ago. I woke up in the middle of the night to the scariest hallucination. I looked at my calendar, which was right over the front of my bed on the wall, and I saw a portal-looking thing with a Slenderman-like creature jumping out of it at me and making some screeching noise. But it slowly faded away. I've never had visual hallucinations before this, so it was a first. Not too long after, I hear a very deep voice saying, "Here you go," coming from the ceiling. It was so deep that it was like it wasn't speaking, but I could feel the words in the deep rumbles. Then, suddenly, a tiny plastic toy tiger fell from the ceiling straight into my lap. I could barely see, but I picked it up, examined it with my fingers, and instantly recognized it. I put it on my nightstand and just continued sitting up in my bed, completely in shock. I could not physically move, but tears were still streaming down my face. I just sat there frozen for 10 minutes because I was already terrified, and then that happened. I cried myself back to sleep and then woke up at my usual time, thinking all of this was just some insanely vivid hallucination because I was tired. But then my stomach dropped. I looked at my nightstand and I saw the toy tiger right where I remembered putting it after it fell. I have no history of sleepwalking, and I know for a fact before that night, the tiger was in the rec room in the toy box, along with all the other tiny plastic animals that we had. I spent the rest of the morning showing the tiger to my family and telling them about what happened. I still don't know what happened, how much of that was real and what wasn't, but I know for sure the tiger falling out of my ceiling was. Just thinking about it makes my eyes tear up, even right now. Maybe the voice talking to me was real, or some entity made me have such a vivid hallucination. I don't know, and I still to this day cannot explain it. Hey, I've been watching your videos since you added one of my stories from Reddit. I was about to post this on Reddit, but as I was listening to your latest video while doing some chores, I thought, why not? And here I am. These events took place during many years and between 3 people. Myself, my little sister Nicole, and my best friend Zorzette. A couple of years ago, when I was 14 years old, I had my first past life memory dreams. Or so I believe they were, anyways. In between those dreams, I would always meet this woman with mesmerizing green eyes. I had some continuing of these past life dreams, and the green-eyed woman reappeared around 2018 when I was 19 years old. In those dreams, she always guided me from afar, and whenever I would get close, she would speak in various languages: Vietnamese, French, English, and Italian. My native language is Greek, but I've been speaking English since I was 6 years old, so most of my dreams are in English. I haven't seen the green-eyed woman in other dreams before or after these dreams, but I have seen a male person with green eyes in my dreams from time to time. Most times, these male figures would either be my lover, husband, boyfriend, or just being a very close friend of mine. Those dreams felt so warm and safe. Then, my sister, one day as we were hanging out around 2018, she confessed to me that she'd been having dreams where a green-eyed woman was talking to her and guiding her through her nightmares. Then, one evening, My best friend Zorzette and I were hanging out at my aunt's house around 2019, and we were talking about conspiracies and glitches in the Matrix. When she told me about those weird dreams she has from time to time throughout the years, she said that she would see a green-eyed woman in the distance, and when she would try to get close to her, she would shake her head no. Now, the kicker is that Zorzette had green eyes, almost identical eyes. When I pointed that out, she looked spooked and went to look at her eyes in the mirror. Her eyes are a bit more light than the ones that all three of us had dreamed of. Then, we told my sister, and all of us got a cold shiver down our spines. A few hours later, Zorzette said that maybe that was a sign for us to get together, like assuring us that we would meet each other. My sister said that maybe the green-eyed woman or man is like a guardian angel guiding us. It was the summer of 2019 when Zorzette went to Cyprus and called me one day telling me she was at the dead zone, the borders between Greek Cyprus and the Turkish-occupied Cyprus, when she saw this woman with green eyes that was paying her respects. Zorzette took a picture and sent it to me. She was the same woman that I saw in my dreams. The only thing missing was either a headscarf or a nurse outfit. I showed the picture to my sister, and she said it was a younger version of the woman in her dreams. Flash forward to the Christmas holidays of 2021. My sister and I were spending the week after Christmas Day in Thessaloniki, when across the Aristotelos Square, the part near the Nikis Avenue, not the rest of it that stretches through Simiski Street, Ignatia 824 Highway, we saw the green-eyed woman. We exchanged shocked looks, and we tried to get through the people to get to her, but we could not get there in time. Since then, we haven't seen her, not in our dreams or in reality. So, what the hell is happening? Howdy, Raven. I have a couple of short ones that, until recently, just thought of them as things that happen to people. A little setup to the two stories. It was in '99, and I was living with 11 roommates because we were all too poor to get into any place on our own. Our landlord didn't care, as long as the rent came in and we took care of the place. It was a 3-bedroom house, and 3 of us shared one of the upstairs bedroom. We had 2 queen-sized beds in this one room, and all of our stuff was sectioned off from each other. What this means is that it was hard to lose things with our organization. Story 1. So, my buddy had gotten into a program at college that he'd been hoping for, and I had just gotten a new job doing security. So, we had reasons to celebrate. Thinking we wanted something to commemorate our success, we decided to buy Zippo lighters. These, at this time, in my group, were seen as an extravagant thing to have. So, we went to the local smoke shop and looked for the ones that we wanted. He found one that looked like a pack of cigarettes and was orange with nails in it. I think it was from some movie. I bought one that had Betty Page on it. That was gray except for the picture. I had a class in college that had talked about how she had been exploited, and I knew that all of the recent merch being sold was supposed to go to taking care of her in her old age. It is important to note that these were distinctly different. We went home and promptly one of us lost one. I can't remember who it happened to first, but this was the start of an odd cycle. We both could not have our lighters at the same time. When one of us lost one lighter, the other one would find theirs. It was like the lighters shared the same code in the game, and when one asset was being used, the other had to disappear. I know that this sounds weird, but when that buddy moved out to his own place, he found nails and I lost Betty, only to have this reversed a few days later when I found Betty. These lighters were not even in the same house anymore and were still swapping places. We bought these from the same store at the same time, and after bringing them home, they were never in the same place at the same time ever again. I never really thought of this as a glitch until recently. I just figured it was something strange that happened in a house full of roommates. Story 2. While living in the same house, I would misplace stuff all of the time. I never thought about it too much because, with that many people living together, it was bound to happen. What ended up being strange was that I would find things I thought I had lost before moving in. I left home in kind of a hurry. I didn't take all my stuff, just my clothes and a box of comic books. I would lose a shirt, only to find a toy from my childhood. This would happen often enough that people gave a name to the entity that would do this. Pockets. This Pockets would take something of mine only to leave something of mine in return. I never thought of this as a glitch until recently. I moved a lot growing up. I went to 5 different high schools in 3 years. I averaged moving at least once every 2 years. Not small moves either, but states. The shortest took 2 days of travel. What I mean to say is that maybe whenever my inventory was checked, it was out of date or something, and then they would try to correct it. This would then leave an old item in place of a newer one. I realized this when it hadn't happened in a while. I've lived in the same general area for many years now, so maybe my inventory has finally caught up. Either way, thank you for your time, and I hope that these qualify as glitches. So, this glitch that I witnessed happened in June of 2022, when I was on a work trip. It still bothers me, and it makes me question it to this day. I work as a private stewardess on board a motor yacht. This job requires me to travel very often, so I spend a lot of time at Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island in the Bahamas. One day, when I was off, my crew and I decided to go to the beach that is part of the Atlantis Resort. Only people staying at the hotel or marina can access it. It was myself and 2 of my other crewmates who decided to go. Our boat was docked in the marina village, part of the resort, but the beach was about a 20-minute power walk through the hotel and casino and breezeways outside. So we left the boat, and the first place we had to walk through was the casino. Mind you, there are a lot of stairs to climb just to get into it, probably about 50, and many other stairs throughout the walk. These 2 crewmates are good friends of mine, and we're always talking and making jokes with each other. We talked pretty much the entire walk. As we were walking through the casino, I noticed a lady, maybe in her mid-30s, standing near a machine with a stroller and digging through her purse looking for something. She stood out to me because I really liked the athletic dress and gym shoes that she was wearing. Although, I usually like a lot of people's outfits, so it wasn't a weird thing for me to notice. I didn't feel the need to point her out to my crewmates because they were both guys, and they wouldn't appreciate her outfit as much as I did. The 3 of us continue walking at a swift pace through the casino, the lobby, and the outside breezeway paths, with many random stairs. Eventually, after a solid 15 minutes of walking, we approach the kids' arcade/daycare center. And, as we walk past it, I was shook. The woman in the athletic dress and stroller was in front of us waiting in line at the daycare, as if she had been standing there for a while. In my mind, I thought that there was no way she could have gotten there before we did. There's just no way. There were way too many stairs for her to have done that by herself, especially with a stroller with a small child in it. What gets me is that it seemed as if she was standing there waiting for a bit. I thought about when we walked past her in the casino. She was rummaging through her purse, looking for a phone or something, and she had no intentions of leaving right after we passed. I didn't say anything to my crewmates when we walked past her, because I was making sure that it was definitely her. As soon as we walked past, one of my crewmates goes, "Is it just me? Or was she in the casino when we left?" I could not have been happier that he said that, because it was confirmation that I wasn't the only one who witnessed this. He and I both noticed her, and thought of the exact same reasonings as to how it would have been impossible for her to have beat us there. It was a really strange coincidence, and I just don't think that she could have walked faster than the three of us, especially with the stroller to push and carry up and down the stairs. Since we spend so much time at Atlantis, we are for sure certain that the way we walked is the fastest way to get there. If there were any shortcuts, we would know about them. He and I still talk about how weird that encounter was. The whole time we were at the beach, we were discussing how the only logical explanation was that it had to be a glitch in the Matrix. Has anyone else experienced this or something very similar? It bothers me so much, and I need to know the truth. I have a story that I guess is a glitch, but to me at the time it was just a really strange and terrifying thing that happened. It happened way before I knew what a glitch in the Matrix was, and before anyone had ever thought of the term simulation theory. But looking at it now, the only thing that makes it make sense is that something happened like a glitch. For some obvious disclaimers, I am healthy, was healthy at the time, wasn't drunk or on drugs, and this is the only time something like this has ever happened. I never mentioned it to anyone else at the time, because it happened and that was it. Nothing ever came of it, or anything like that. When this happened, I was a freshman in high school, so that would have made me about 15, I think. And this would also put the story back in the early 80s. I was your normal high school student, maintaining good grades, attending all my classes, and all that irrelevant information. On the day that this happened, everything was what I would consider to be completely normal. There was nothing that happened during the day that would make me think that anything was off. I had gotten through most of the day, it was after lunch period, and I was walking in the hallway towards my next class. I had my backpack on my back, and I had one of my books in my arms. I was just walking through the crowds and trying to ignore all the noise around me, of which there was a lot. I think anyone that's walked through a full high school hallway can understand how that sounds. And while that may not sound important, it actually is. The hallways were loud, filled with the chatter of all the people that were heading to class. But that's where it got weird. As I turned the corner to go to my next class, my ears picked up on the fact that it was silent. Like it went from super loud to completely silent in the time it took me to step around the corner and into the next hallway. As I was walking around the corner, I was kind of looking down at the floor, not at where I was walking. So it wasn't like I could see the group of people just disappear, but it felt like the filled hallways quickly became empty. In this same moment, as I went to look up, I collided with something, or rather someone. I could tell it was a person that I ran into based on the collision. I fell to the ground and blinked, and when I went to stand up, I realized I wasn't in the hallway anymore. I was sitting on the floor of my living room. I know that sounds weird, but I went from walking in the school hallway to my next class, to colliding with someone, and when I landed, I was on the floor in my house. I had actually collided with someone, It was actually my mother that I ran into. She asked if I was okay and helped me up, but as soon as she saw that I was okay, she started asking me what happened and how I didn't see her walking into the room. I just shook my head and told her that I wasn't paying attention. But the whole time that I was talking to her, my head was spinning trying to piece together how I was at home. She finished up her small lecture by telling me to pay more attention to what's in front of me and saying that I needed to go get dressed or else I would be late for school. Sure enough, I was still in my pajamas. And it was morning, based on the clock on the oven. I went to my room and got dressed and just kind of sat there like, what in the name of God just happened? How did I end up at home? And that was kind of it. I got ready for school and I left as normal. The lessons when I got to school weren't repeats, so it wasn't like I had repeated the day or anything like that. It was more like I went from mid-afternoon on one day to morning on the next in the time it took me to run into someone and fall down. I don't know how, I don't know why, and I kind of just took it to be what it was. It's one of those events that I have never forgotten, but I decided that I had to just accept that sometimes things happen that we honestly cannot explain. This happened last month, in January of 2023. My wife and I and our 18-year-old daughter live in a small home, 3x2 with 2-car garage, and we've been here 14 years. We know every nook and cranny. We have a water dispenser with 3 blue translucent bottles. We love our water, and when the bottles are empty, one of us goes to fill them up at the water station, not too far away. My wife went to visit her relatives in Tennessee and flew out on day 1. I took her super early in the morning to the airport. As we were leaving for the airport, I noted to myself that all 3 bottles were empty and that I would need to refill them. When I got back from dropping her off, I did a bunch of chores and some work for my job, and in the afternoon decided to get some fresh air, get out of the house, and refill the bottles. Except, I could only find 2. I looked all over the house and could only find the 2. At this point, I didn't really think anything of it. I went to fill the 2 of them, but the machine was being serviced, so I returned home with no water. I left the 2 bottles in the SUV. Day 2, I once again looked for the missing bottle. It was nowhere to be found. It's not really an easy thing to miss. It's a 2-foot tall by 1 foot in diameter blue bottle. We've had these bottles for years. 3 of them. For 3 of us. Day 3, and now it's becoming weird. I call my daughter, who is house sitting for friends, and I ask her if she has the bottle. Of course, being 18 and a wise arse, she asks me if I'm ready for the senior care home. No, I don't have a giant blue bottle randomly in my car, she replies. I ask her just to check her vehicle, which she does, and reports, yeah, bottle not there. Day 3 and 4, I am looking everywhere. I am openly declaring this a mystery. I call my wife and ask if she broke one or threw it in recycling. No, is the answer. I ask if she remembers anything, and again, a flat no. Now, as I have said, this is not a large house that we live in. There's only so many places a big blue water bottle can go. At the end of the 4th day, my daughter comes home to get some personal stuff, and I open the door to greet her. I explain how weird it is about the bottle, and I ask her to help me look. We both look everywhere. High, low, under tables, in closets, everywhere, including the attic above the garage. We're standing in the garage at the table next to the washer and dryer, discussing the possibilities. She suggests that perhaps I was loading them in the car and left it outside and someone swiped it. I said not a chance, and I remind her that she filled all 3 bottles last time, because I helped carry one of them inside when she returned home. We're both standing, looking around the garage, and just declare it a mystery and move on with our day. Much later on day 4, my wife returns from her trip on the late flight. I pick her up from the airport. She travels light, so there's no real luggage. We get home and go to sleep as it's midnight. The next morning, I'm making coffee and she goes to do laundry. She calls out from the garage, "Hey, that water bottle's right here on the table." My blood ran cold. I walked out to the garage. There on the old kitchen table that is under the fluorescent light, where my daughter and I ended our search the day before, is the missing blue bottle. It's sitting upright against a white wall, beneath the bright lights in the garage. I know that over the 4 days I looked at that spot. It's not hidden. It's not dark. She and I stood there the previous day looking all around and ended the conversation at that table. My daughter was flummoxed as well. So my wife went away and one of the 3 bottles disappeared. She came back and it rematerialized. I will never forget this. It happened, and I get creeped out whenever I think about it. This is a bit wacky. For context, my friend and I had brought our laptops and chargers to a class yesterday, and then after we left the class, she realized that she didn't have it, her charger, and we looked around for it but couldn't find it. I don't remember putting anything in my backpack except my own charger and my homework. This morning, I don't remember taking out any chargers except for my own. I know it's mine because it isn't neatly wrapped up. So, this morning, there was no charger on the floor. Nothing there. After school, I placed my backpack down with an eyesight of this mystery charger, and there's nothing there. I haven't even touched my backpack after I put it down this afternoon, and I definitely did not take out that charger. But then a few minutes ago, there was a charger, neatly wrapped, lying with the name side down on my floor. And it's neatly wrapped. I definitely don't remember neatly wrapping up a charger. So I pick up the charger and flip it around, and wouldn't you know it, bam, it's my friend's charger. My mom suggested that maybe it got stuck in a backpack pocket or something, but I never took any chargers out of my backpack except my own last night. And it would have been impossible for it to have gotten stuck in a pocket anyways. If it was hanging off my backpack, then they would have seen it, considering she walked behind me in the hallway for a bit. Anyways, if one of us had accidentally packed it into my backpack, it would have gotten tangled with my charger and came out with it, which did not happen, because last night only my charger came out of the backpack. And even if it did, I wouldn't have placed it in the middle of the floor upside down. I have literally no explanation for how this happened, but at least I found their charger. My dog was whining to go outside. Mind you, it was about 3:30 in the morning, so I let him out into my fenced yard, and I stand at the door so that he can do his business. He goes to the side of the house normally, so I don't think much of it, but after a minute I call for him because it's cold and, well, I want to sleep. The way that my fence is set up, it runs the length of my house but stops at the back and has a gate to go from the front or side yard to the backyard. The gate stays closed with a padlock, and it's about 8 foot tall. The reason that I'm worried is because I clearly saw my dog go to the right side of my house when I let him out, and when I called for him, he immediately popped out from the left side. There's absolutely no way that I would not have seen him cross in front of me, since I was kind of hurrying him. And also, When he was whining to go out, he was jumping around and happy. But after he came back, he stopped in front of my steps and sat down and just stared at me. This is very unusual for him. I had to go out and basically coax him back into the house, where he sat and stared at me from across the room until I put him into his room. Am I crazy? Or did I just let something in my house that's not my dog? Did things just glitch and he happened to just be on the other side after? He's been acting weird since he's come inside. An update. My dog is going back and forth between the two doors to my bedroom and sniffing around them. This is not his normal behavior since he knows he's not allowed in my room. And update 2. My dog and I had a conversation, and I think that we agreed that if he is a skinwalker, he'll switch out with my real dog every once in a while. Oh, and he won't kill me. Okay, first off, I'm broke. I get paid tomorrow, but I had $70 in cash that I have been using over the week. I watch children from my church on Sundays during small groups, and they pay me $30 every week. And my great-grandmother sent me $40 in the mail on Monday. Okay, awesome. I put the 20 in the 10 for my church and the two 20s in my wallet and go to the store. That's $70. I went to Shoe Show and got a pair of shoes for $21 and some change. Then I headed over to Goodwill to get a sweater and a scarf for $7. This added up to $28 that I spent. Okay, cool. I have $41 and some change in my wallet, and yes, I checked. So, this morning I went to go get gas in my car. I chose the pay inside option, got $29.80 in gas because I had $41 in my wallet, and I headed to the window to pay. I got my wallet out, and there's only $120 where there had previously been $2. I looked in every single part of the wallet, every pouch, zipper, hole. There was nothing there. Not a huge deal at the moment. I paid for the rest using my card. Then I pulled off on the side of the road and checked everywhere in my car. There was no 20 to be found. I thought, okay, whatever. That really sucks because that 20 was my life until payday, but maybe I'll find it in a shopping bag somewhere. So I got back to my mom's school, decided to check my wallet one more time, and behold, it's sitting right in the cash holder in my wallet. I know for a fact that I checked there. It was sitting right next to my $1 bill. When I checked through my wallet, I took all the cash out. The measly $1 that was still in there, all the change and a receipt. And it was not in there. I'm kind of shook, but I'm glad that I got my money back. Hey Raven, I love your storytelling, been listening to your channel for a while. I've had my fair share of glitches, but this one stood out and I thought I would share. I don't know if this story will be allowed, but anyways. Me and my old friend, I'll call her S, were driving home after picking up over $2,000 of weed. I was stupidly giving her a lift home, just past my house, before dropping it off at my place. It's not far, so I risked it. We were driving down this bend on top of a hill with heaps of traffic piled up, and we both looked down the hill to see what looked like cops or construction workers parting the traffic. People standing on the road, traffic cones, and one of those big light-up signs directing traffic. I said, "Oh, crap. Is that the cops?" S said, I don't know, man. They were like 700 meters away at the bottom of the hill. There was no exit between where the cops were and where we were, so I was slowly driving forward, awaiting my fate, with a car that stunk of weed. If you'd stood a meter away from the car, you would have smelt it. Anyways, As we were moving around the corner, the cars in front of us and trees beside us now blocked our view of the bottom of the hill. As we're slowly making our way through the traffic, my heart is pounding, and I was panicking. I was just about to either get in a lot of trouble or potentially get jail time. Weed is illegal where I'm from. As we drove further down the hill, the traffic moved away from blocking our vision of the bottom of the hill, and no one was there. No construction workers, no cops. It's like there was no one there to begin with. I was like, oh, never mind, I guess that must have all been in my head, and went to brush it off when S said to me, no, but man, I saw it too. We talked about it the rest of the drive home, trying to work out what had just happened. I'm pretty sure there's now an alternate reality version of me that's probably in jail right now. Another weird thing about the story, I tried to talk to a friend about this story, and it was like they couldn't listen to the story. I have a couple of friends who love conspiracies, and I thought they would be super excited to hear about my glitch story. But when I told them, it was like they just couldn't hear it. Like, they didn't respond to what I said, and they changed the subject straight away. I would even say after they finished talking, like, yeah, that's great, but did you hear what I said? I experienced this crazy glitch. And they just kind of looked at me blankly and changed the subject again. I told a few others, and it just seemed like no one really cared or responded. I guess maybe it's just a boring story, though. About 2.5 years ago, when my baby was only a few months old, I had something weird happen to me. Me and my husband have a really good baby. He always slept through the night and also napped during the day. One day, while the baby was napping, I was reading on my phone and my husband went out to get groceries. He went on foot to a market nearby, like a 6 or 7 minute walk, and it was really quiet in the apartment. At some point, I heard a click and footsteps coming down the hallway to the bedroom where I was with our baby. I looked at the door expecting to see my husband, but it was like he stopped at the door. I waited, and then texted him asking if he'd come home. He replied no, that he was still at the store, and had a few more things he had to get. That moment, I freaked out, because I clearly heard footsteps and the door unlocking, and I panicked. No one else had keys to this apartment. We had just moved and relatives were living far away and would let us know if they visited. I told him about what I heard, and then I went outside to the bedroom to check the hallway. Nothing there. Went to check the front door. It was still locked. I relaxed a little and texted him back saying everything was fine, and maybe I imagined it, whatever, and then got back into the bed next to my son. A minute after I got back into bed, I heard the front door click and footsteps down the hallway. And I froze and I panicked, and I was about to scream because it had happened again and it sounded exactly the same. Only this time, it really was my husband. He came through the bedroom door panting and gasping for air, asking me what's happened. Apparently, after I told him that I had heard someone in the house, he left everything and ran back home. He didn't even get to see the "everything's fine" text because he rushed to see what was going on. We still don't know what happened that day, but it was freaky. I have a running list of what I believe are glitches in the Matrix. They're not the most exciting, just kind of moments. My commute to work is approximately 45 minutes each way. I've been making this drive for 6 years. It's a boring stretch of interstate that I could probably drive in my sleep. About a year ago, I began noticing that I saw the exact same cars every day. And that isn't weird. What is strange is that they were all black or white cars. Often there would be 2 or 3 of the same make or model and color of car or truck in a row. I checked the tags and they were similar but not identical. I shrugged it off as a weird coincidence, and then I said out loud to the Matrix, I suppose, I would really like to see a car in some color other than black or white. Then, coming from the opposite direction, I see a green car. So I start naming the colors of cars that I would like to see just to see what happens. Again, out loud, I asked to see red, blue, purple, and pink. I see them all. The purple car was parked at a used car lot. The pink one was a cell phone company vehicle. I'm sure you know which company. I regularly play this game on my drive to work now. Second story. My adult daughter recently bought clamayonnaise, which, as an aside here, as Raven, I wanted to say that clamayonnaise is apparently mayonnaise with clams in it. I had to go Google that to figure out what it was, because I did not believe that clamayonnaise was going to be a thing. Anyways, she bought it to get special cards for Cards Against Humanity. In the container, there was a card to get a free pearl. She got the tiny pearl in the mail and sent a picture of it in our family chat. She put the pearl in her jewelry box and forgot about it until she got a second pearl in the mail. She thought that the company had made a mistake until she couldn't find the first pearl. It had disappeared from her jewelry box. It was in a plastic bag and had just ceased to exist. The second pearl was identical to the first one. We all remember her sending the picture, and it's still in our chat history, but the original pearl has not been found. Also, Shannon, this aside here at the end is specifically for you. How was the clam mayonnaise? Is it any good? I like fried clams, but I don't really like clams. I'm just curious, that's all. This happened a few months back, and we are still weirded out. It just makes 0 sense. Unless it glitched. I'm pretty habitual when it comes to my shoes. I hate wearing them, and if walking around barefoot wasn't so gross and dangerous, I would do it every chance I got. They're the first thing to get yanked off when I walk in, besides my bra. I'll plop down in my recliner and kick my shoes off directly under our coffee table every single time. I did this like I always do a while back after running to the gas station late one night, a couple of months ago. I kicked off my only blue pair of sneakers right there under that table. One shoe lands flat on the floor, right side up, while the other tipped on its side and was touching the table leg. Not long after that, it was bedtime. We got up the next morning and discussed what we would be doing that day, and yard work was at the top of our list. I got up from my chair and took note that both of my shoes were right where I left them the previous night, and that I would use them while mowing. I went in my room, changed clothes, and then walked straight back out into the living room and plopped back down in my chair. There was only one shoe sitting there, though. The one that landed right side up is only there. Odd. I go ahead and slip it on. So, I then immediately get down on all fours and look under the couch. It reclines so my shoes get shut up under there sometimes. No dice. I stood back up and walked around the back side of the couch. Nada. I try looking under the opposite end of the couch where my husband always sits. Nothing there either. I'm starting to get frustrated because my husband is dressed and headed outside, but I'm not ready. He noticed me getting flustered and asked what's up. It's my damn shoes. I kicked them off right here last night and even noticed them before I changed a minute ago, but one's missing now? He cocks his head. Yeah, you're right. I just walked right by them myself not 5 minutes ago. I know they were both there. But did you, check under your... I squint. Yes, of course, I checked under the couch. I've looked all around and underneath. He now looks as perplexed as I feel, so I know that we're on the same page. He walks over and just lifts my end of the couch straight up. I again get down on the floor like an animal and confirm there's not a damn thing under there except a lot of dust. So, we flip not just the entire living room, but the entire house over. It's a tiny cottage, so it doesn't take long, and we still both came up empty-handed. I'm starting to get super upset because I've always struggled with short-term memory, so little hiccups like this are pretty infuriating. I get pissed at myself, and when that happens, I have to fight back tears, and at this point, that's exactly where I am. We both walk into the living room and are still talking about how damn strange that it's just magically poof gone, and that's when we both instinctually look down at the very spot where I started. And there it was. It's sitting exactly how it was earlier, on its side and touching the table leg. We stood there for a long minute before I let out a, "There is no freaking way." My husband's face scrunched up. I mean, you got down there many times. You were literally just there. You would have been sitting directly on top of it. What the hell? So I put my weird shoe on and stared at it for a few seconds. I mean, it just glitched, I guess. This actually happened, and everyone around me thinks that I'm making it up, or I'm just not remembering it right. It's difficult to explain and give a mental picture of the situation, but I'll do my best. Every Monday, I have an hour lunch break where I drive a mile down the main road to a plaza with a McDonald's. It's important to note that my place of employment is also on this main road, sitting on the corner of it, and a dead-end residential road. There's also a church across from my workplace on this residential road. I was eating my lunch in the parking lot of the plaza like I do every Monday. There is only one exit back to the main road, via a stoplight, and that you get to with a right turn from a straightaway that splits the parking lot from right and left. I was coming perpendicular to the straightaway from a parking aisle when a car pulls up on the straightaway. She stopped at the stop sign before making a right to exit. This put my car facing hers, sitting perpendicular. She didn't move for a few minutes, just staring at me with dark and cold eyes. I didn't see her blink once. I gestured multiple times to make the turn so that I could leave. She put both of her thumbs to her ears, stuck out her tongue, and did the na-na-na-na-na-na face. She finally looks away and makes a right into the exit lane. Now that I'm free to turn to the stop sign and turn into the exit, I end up right behind her car at the exit, which had a red light. When the light turned green, she and I both made a right onto the main road going towards my place of employment. She passed the side street where my building sits, while I turned left onto the street. I made a quick 3-point turn to parallel park in front of the church, now on my right, facing the main road that I turn off of. I was getting my belongings together when I got an eerie feeling that I was being watched. I looked out my driver's side window when I saw her car lined up with mine, giving me that na-na-na-na-na face. She then drove off and turned back onto the main road, leaving me there stunned, confused, and honestly kind of scared. There is no other way she could have gotten onto that road, facing the direction that she was going, in the amount of time that she had, without me seeing or coming into contact while I was parking. No explanation, just a weird and eerie, unexplainable thing. About 3 years ago, my partner and I lived in a top-floor flat. 5th floor, no elevator, stairs only flat on the floor. It was okay sized, but small enough that you could hear anything going on from any room, really. They were all very close together. There was one corridor connecting all the rooms, so you would cross each other if you were changing rooms. I was working a late shift, got in around 23:30ish, maybe midnight. Boyfriend was obviously already in bed, so I came in and went straight to the bathroom to wash up, get changed, and wind down, etc. Pottered in the kitchen for maybe 10 minutes and had a drink, and then I headed into the bedroom for the night. I get in, and I can't see my boyfriend. I presume he's just rolled up in the duvet or something, so I go over and move the duvet, and he's literally not in bed. I move the whole duvet back, and he is not there. I turned the light on, checked the whole room from top to bottom, and thought that he might be pranking me, waiting to jump out or something. But no, he's not there. First thought is, okay, maybe he's in the spare room on his computer having a late night. Nope. In the bathroom and we just missed each other's paths somehow. Nope. I checked the whole flat top to bottom. Every room, doors still locked. He is genuinely nowhere. I would hear him if he was sleepwalking or something like that. Getting panicked, I text him, "Where are you?" Maybe for some crazy reason he's gone out for a walk or something, I don't know. No response after a few minutes, so I decided to check around one last time. I go into the bedroom. He's in bed. The lights are off. He's snoring as if he's been out of it for hours. I wake him up and explain everything that just happened. He groggily suggests that I was dreaming, but he checks his phone, and the text is there plain as day. It definitely happened. He's convinced to this day that he was asleep the whole time. The whole thing is bizarre to me, as he definitely wasn't there. Where the hell did he go? He's absolutely certain that he was asleep in bed the whole time, but the text proves that I wasn't dreaming, and I know he wasn't there. Why would I panic and text him otherwise? To this day, I have no idea what the hell happened, and I don't think that I ever will. People I tell this story to are just as perplexed. I don't think they believe me. For some context, in 2017, when I was 18, I spent my whole summer days playing Destiny 4 on PS4 with my friends online. It was a routine. I wake up at 9, go to the TV at around 9:30, milkshake by my side as breakfast. I boot up Destiny, connect with my friend via voice chat, and then play until bored. I did this for 3 months almost every single day. I noticed that I would get bored after 5 or 6 hours of playtime, and then I would just quit to go do stuff outside. So it would always be around 2 or 3:30 p.m. when I turn off my PS4 and start preparing to go outside. Note that I always play in an upright position on a chair, because sweaty PvP. So on this one day, after 2 whole months of this routine, all was normal until I got bored and salty because I was on a magnificent loss streak. I said goodbye to my friends and looked at the hallway expecting to see a 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. max, because I always hang out with my friends in the neighborhood at that time. To my shock, I saw 2300, or 11 p.m. The hallway was dark with the only source of light being the red digits on this digital wall watch. My head started to hurt from the sheer shock. I felt cold, got goosebumps, because I simply could not believe it. I grabbed my head with my controller still in my hand and started loudly whispering to myself that this cannot be real. I remember having tears in my eyes. I always pull the curtains and turn on lights while playing because I don't like sunlight with TV. Mom was always annoyed at me for this, and I have no medical condition where I fall asleep suddenly or faint out. The annoying part is that my friend and mom acted all normal. It almost felt staged. He said that I left as usual, and she said that I didn't notice her no matter how much she tried to talk to me. My neighborhood friends told me that I didn't come out, they just didn't meet me outside that day. Everyone just blames it on falling asleep or not noticing time pass by. But how would I not notice 6 hours? I was literally about to start my day in real life, outside, only to see that there was nothing to start and that the day had already ended before it even started. I struggled to sleep that night, both because of shock and too much energy left in me that I didn't get to expend. I used to do parkour every day and other sports occasionally throughout the week. Anyways, thank you for taking the time to read this. Sorry for the big, stupid lead-up, but I promise it's relevant. I work at a distribution center / packing plant for an advertising company. Basically, it means that I stand at a table and pack boxes full of paper all day, printing the shipping labels and stuff like that. It's a decent job and I like my coworkers, so it's not really as boring as it sounds. The warehouse is about 2,000 feet square and is more or less a giant cinder block rectangle. There are very few windows. There's an office-type area along the eastern side. It contains the break room, the unisex bathroom, and a cubicle for our IT guy, but nothing else. And the stacks where we park the forklift and pallet jacks are on the west side. The stacks are all either short enough to see over or empty enough to see through. The rest of the warehouse floor is visible open space with the receiving bay, garage where the FedEx trucks come in on the north end, and my station on the south end. I have 5 coworkers. I'll call them Mary, Josh, Matt, Alex, and Joe. Mary works at the station next to me, building the kits and packing the boxes. Josh and Matt work in the stacks, scanning out the materials for Mary and I to pack, and Alex is the aforementioned IT guy. Joe's the floor manager and my direct boss. One of the perks of my job is that since the work is kind of mindless and nobody really talks to me, they're all older than me by a significant amount, I get to listen to music while I work. I have kind of irritating and loud taste, so I wear a pair of earbuds to listen. Also because Joe keeps sports talk radio on all day on the floor, but whatever. A couple of weeks ago, I was at my station, standing, facing south. I was pre-building some boxes for a packing order we were going to have coming in later that week. So I had my music up a little louder than usual to cover up the sound of the tape gun. I could see Mary out of the corner of my eye working on something at the next station. And whenever I lifted my head, I could see both Josh and Matt in the stacks with their scanner guns and carts. Alex was in his office, as far as I knew, and I couldn't see Joe. I built another stack of 10 or so boxes. Took me maybe 6 or 7 minutes before leaving to use the bathroom. I went into the little office space and noticed that Alex wasn't there, but wasn't really focused on it. I entered the bathroom, did my thing, and left. When I got out of the bathroom, Alex was still gone. Didn't think much of it. I knew he couldn't be in the bathroom since I would have seen him come in, but I guess I assumed he had gone out onto the floor to ask some questions or something. The office space where the bathroom is so small that you can see all of it from the entrance, so he couldn't have been in there without me seeing. I walked out of the office back to my station and picked up my stuff to get back to work when I noticed that Mary was also gone, along with her water bottle and the roll of label stickers that she had been using. I looked around towards the stacks for Matt and Josh. They're both over 6 feet tall and incredibly easily visible normally, but I couldn't see them or their carts. I took off my earbuds, and I noticed that the warehouse was completely silent. No delivery trucks idling in the receiving bay, no rumble of cartwheels or footsteps on the concrete. Even my boss's radio was turned off. I left my station and walked across the floor. The motion-activated lights turned back on as I went, trying to look closer into the stacks to see if they were just out of view, but like I said, the warehouse isn't that big, and they just weren't there. I never saw Mary, Alex, or Joe either, nor any of their stuff. The scanner guns or carts or label stickers, it was like I had just imagined them all being at work today. I left the stacks and checked out the receiving bay. Nothing. And none of the garage doors were open. Break room? Also nothing. It was around 3 p.m., everyone eats at around noon and we all clock out at 4, so they hadn't all somehow gone to lunch without me noticing. By this point, I had done a complete loop of the entire warehouse, outright calling out for people as I went, and all of my coworkers just seemed to have fallen off the face of the earth. Obviously I was creeped out, but I'd have been leaving in less than an hour anyways, so I just kind of got back to work. I put my music back on and went back to building boxes. I turned my music up loud just to have the noise. It felt like the sound of my tape gun was the only thing on the planet. I kept my eyes on my watch, and eventually, after around 25 minutes, I finally noticed movement in the corner of my eye, and I looked up to see Mary at her station, working on her label stickers like she had never left. I turned to face the stacks, and I saw Matt and Josh with their carts, right where they were before I had gone into the office. Nobody looked like they had spent the last half hour working, but they also didn't look like they had actually gone anywhere either. I didn't say anything about it, just spent the last dregs of my shift with a weird feeling at the back of my neck. Eventually 4 o'clock rolled around and I clocked out and left. I told all this to my stepdad on the way home. He works at the corporate office of the ad agency that owns my warehouse, a couple of streets down, and he said he couldn't think of any reason for anyone to just up and leave like that. It hasn't happened since, at work or otherwise. I do keep my music volume a little lower while I work now, though. I can't help but wonder if something happened, and I just couldn't hear it. I was told to post this here, so I hope it's interesting. This happened many, many years ago, but I've been telling the story ever since, and I thought it would be fun to share and hear what people think really happened. So let's start the story. I was visiting stores with a dear friend of mine on a weekend. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time. We didn't go to the same school. We were on our last year, 17 and 18, so we were very loudly catching up and just talking non-stop. Mind you, we used to go to the store all the time. We knew the way by heart, and we could do it without paying much attention. We left the store, walked to the subway, entered the subway, paid for our ride, walked to where our train would stop because it's a two-way train, north and south, and we needed to take the one going south. Again, we knew the way by heart since almost every weekend we would go to the store. The train arrives, we take the train, and we were still very into our conversation, but there was a combination/interchange, and they always announce it on the speaker. The interchange was 3 stations before we had to get off. We didn't even need to change. We hear the announcement, we keep chatting because it was fun. I don't even remember what we were talking about, but it's not really relevant. The next thing we hear is the announcement of the same station that we took the train from. Just call it Station B. So, Station B doesn't have an announcement because it's not an interchange. We're surprised because everyone is not reacting. We're at the same station that we took the train from, but we did hear station interchange and we did move several stops. Before the doors close, we get off, speechless. All the loud conversation had died. We looked at each other, and we were in the exact same spot that we took the train about 20 minutes ago. Maybe less. It was a short way. Without any word, we changed from south to north. We took another train and saw every name from every station until we reached our destination. We got down and we don't know what happened. What is curious is that they never said anything on the speakers. We have many trains in my city, so you can't just move the direction of a train or a collision would happen in minutes. You would have to change the direction of the entire city, not really possible, and no one else in the train seemed to be affected by the situation. Nobody else was like, whoa, what happened? The train is going backwards, or anything. To this day, I don't know what it was. We were also not on any substances or alcohol. It was the middle of the day, very sunny and everything. And also, I wasn't alone. And my friend also remembers when this happened to us. Hi, Raven. I would be lying if I said that I'm not a huge Matrix fan, having watched all the movies numerous times. Sure, they give you something to think about, but nobody ever expects to truly start questioning if their reality is real. Sure, there are always the odd thing here or there that happens that one chalks up to forgetfulness or tiredness, but this one, I cannot rationally explain. Just a bit of backstory. My husband and I moved in with his dad a number of years ago, as he is in his 80s and is unsteady on his feet. If he should fall, he can't get up by himself. Or, if he drops something, he battles to stand back up after bending over to retrieve the item. So, of course, I listen out carefully in case he should fall or drop something. Anyways, around mid-November of last year, my husband and I were sitting in the lounge, which is adjacent to my father-in-law's bedroom, and I can clearly hear the sound of breaking glass coming from his room. So, I go to check and see if he's dropped a glass or a bowl. On walking into his room, he's sitting up on his bed looking pale in the face, so I ask him, "What did you drop? Are you hurt?" To which he replied, "I didn't drop anything. I was sitting here watching TV when, all of a sudden, there's this huge crash of breaking glass." Needless to say, I put the main bedroom light on to see where the glass is, and there's all these pieces of clear glass on the floor near the bottom of his bed. I thought, well, maybe he's embarrassed at having dropped a glass. So I went and retrieved the hand broom and scoop, but while I was busy sweeping up all this glass, I noticed that this was not glass from a glass, cup, bowl, or anything like that. Firstly, it was thick, and it looked more like safety glass, the type that are used in car windshields. Secondly, it hadn't shattered like a normal glass would. It was in clumps, just like when a windshield is broken. And lastly, it was not curved like a glass or a bowl would be. So, I swept it up and threw it away. All the while, my mind was whirling along trying to figure out what he could have dropped. I mentioned all this to my husband, who, by this time, had gone to bed. He thought that I must be mistaken due to the tiredness and low light in the room. In the days following, I decided to check the cupboards to see if there was anything missing, which there wasn't. A few days later, I found a few extra pieces of glass under my father-in-law's bed that I must have missed during the nighttime cleanup, and I took them to show my husband. He, too, says it looks like safety glass from a broken windshield. So, where did this glass come from? Another timeline? Another dimension? Or was it just a strange glitch in the Matrix? This happened around 6 years ago. My partner lived out in the countryside, not much around but farmland, bridleways, and walking trails. The nearest shop was a petrol station, which was about a 6-mile or 15-minute drive. There were only 2 routes from his place to the shop, and we always took the same route. We would do this drive an average of 4 times a week. Even when not going to the shop, but driving out to the town, etc., this route was very familiar. It was pretty much one straight road cut through woodlands and forest. Your typical winding country lanes where for half the journey through the woodland, you would be on alert for deer randomly jumping out in front of you just to scuttle off into the woodlands on the other side. So, on this night, we're doing our usual drive to get snacks and chatting about everything and nothing. Halfway through the journey, the woodland opened up to a sort of crossroads that I had never seen before. As we approached it, my boyfriend slowed right down as a car was approaching toward us from the left and going down the road that we were just leaving. It passed us as we sat there, and then my boyfriend proceeded to the right slightly, where there was a mini level crossing. In the moments from approaching this clearing to crawling towards the level crossing, I'm looking around everywhere trying to work out where we are and looking to my boyfriend to see his reaction. At some point, I quietly said, "What's going on? What is this?" He didn't answer me, but it's possible that he just didn't hear me or didn't say anything as I wasn't asking a direct question and was just thinking out loud. As we approached, my boyfriend stopped talking and focused, and I mean he really focused, and drove carefully and slowly. The opening of the level crossing had about 3.5 foot of heavy wooden slats, and then 2 rail lines, and then another set of wooden slats as you left the rail tracks. He had a very low sports car, and you felt every hard bump as we entered and left. The car purred over the slats and then thudded hard over the rails. He was visibly and verbally conscious and careful of every bump. As we exited, we came onto a ridiculously tight lane which was so narrow that the foliage was touching either side of the car. After perhaps 30 seconds, the lane naturally widened out, and my boyfriend continued talking. I still had no idea where we were, so I interrupted him with what I considered to be a rhetorical question. I said, "Hang on, we've never come this way before, have we?" Confused, he said, "Yeah, this is the only way we come." So, we're going back and forth, and he's asking how I don't recognize where we are, and our tone between each other is getting heated as we both become frustrated with the other. I eventually say how I've never seen that level crossing before. At this point, he vocally stumbled on himself and very loudly said, "Level crossing? What level crossing? What are you on about?" This conversation is taking place as we are still driving, and after a minute, I recognize where we are, and everything was as it's always been. He goes into the shop, and I stay in the car feeling frustrated and confused. While he was in the shop, I'm running over our conversation in my head, and I'm slightly uncomfortable that he didn't understand what I was asking, or how he didn't see the level crossing. He comes back. It's more relaxed, and I'm calmly insisting that we must have come a different way, even though that made no sense to me as the last leg of the route was the same, and there's no other way to get to that particular road. To prove a point, which was irrelevant, he drove back the only other route. This confirmed to me that he had no idea what I was even asking, and was clearly baffled by what I was suggesting. We got back to his place, and eventually we let it go, and he laughed it off, saying that I imagined it, or was thinking of a different place and had merged 2 memories together. So, over the following weeks, I scoured every single map that I could find. Normal road maps, ordnance survey maps, Google Satellite, and Google Street View. I even went on different train enthusiast websites where there's a list of every level crossing and what type of crossing they are, etc. There was no trace of it. We drove that route 2 days later, and it was the same as it ever was. I had never seen that level crossing before, and I haven't seen it since. The area is known for the Bluebell Railway, so I even looked into old, disused railway lines, etc. I searched out everything you can think of solidly over a 2-week period and found nothing. I let it go for a bit and would search a few times a week, and then a handful of times a month, etc. After about 4 months, I had solidly scoured a 30-mile radius of that entire route. I did this to try and find even an illogical or irrational answer. For instance, that perhaps there was a diversion and we didn't notice it, but that's impossible as there's nothing like that even on the longest diversions. It simply did not exist. We'd been driving that route for around 3 years when this happened, and continued doing it for another 2.5 years. I knew this area incredibly well through driving around and hiking, etc. I will never understand what happened that night. I would love to know if anyone has experienced anything similar, or any suggestions as to what may have happened. In 1992, I was in my early 20s and had bought a 1986 Camaro. Now, my Camaro was really beat up. It had rust and dents as well as peeling paint. In other words, it was quite unique. None of the hubcaps matched, nor did the tires. I mention these details because it's important to my true story. I was driving to my dad's home on a 2-lane highway when I looked over and a person that looked like me, with my exact car, was driving in the opposite direction. That day, I had my daughter in the back seat, and that mirror image of me and my car also had an exact copy of my kid looking out the back seat window. I felt a cold chill run through my body when I saw that thing that, for all intents and purposes, was me. I'm 51 today, and this incident has never left my memory. I swear on my life that it was me driving back from my father's home. I've had other glitches happen in my life, but this one really scared me. This glitch, for me, it could have killed me or badly injured me, but keep in mind, I felt no pain. So, let's start. There was this spinning thing on the playground, and this was back when I was 4 or 5 years old. I was spinning pretty fast, my hands let go, and I was launched back. I landed on my feet and my hands with my back facing the ground, kind of like a crab walk. Well, when I landed, the top half of my body, like from the belt up, spun a full 360. My feet are still not off the ground, so after my top half of my body did the 360, my bottom half did it. When my top half was done, I saw my bottom half, belt and below, and the legs didn't spin. My hips did. My legs were still in the bent position. I looked like an action figure. When my bottom half was done, my head spun a full 360 like an owl. I stood up perfectly fine. I felt more bendable and way better, but I was wondering what happened. The first thing to come to mind was that my legs and how I was standing. Then I remembered my torso and how am I breathing. Then I remembered my head last, and then when I did remember, I felt like I got pale. But I continued on about the day like normal because, for some reason, in a school playground full of kids, no one saw this happen. I still think of it today, and it's been over a decade since then. I remember how terrified I was. I'm sure that a camera saw it, but whoever sees it will be scared too because it only lasted for about a second. This is the only scary one I have. I have a strange one that wouldn't be scary if you saw it in person, like I did, but let me know if you want to hear another one of my stories. Hey, my name is Lily, and I'm a freshman in high school. This happened on Thursday, February 23rd, And the day I am writing this is the same day, just a few minutes after I noticed. Yesterday, I got a mini in-class science project, and it's where we have to make a boat, and we have to put pennies on the boat, and we have to put as many on as we can before the boat flips over, sinks, or a penny falls off into the water. I made my boat out of a sponge and 2 pieces of duct tape, and I put my name and the name of the boat, see me now, on the top where you can clearly see it. And I have eligible handwriting. I put my boat on the respective table that I was told to by the teacher yesterday. Today I went to look for it on the table to test it, and it was gone. I just wrote it off as someone messing with me, so I told the teacher. She let me rebuild it today, and I did, and I asked to test it, which I could. She then went to look for my paper, but it was also gone. We then had to redo the paper, too. I'm not sure if someone messed with my boat and my teacher just misplaced the paper or someone somehow took the paper, or if the Matrix just took my paper and boat and erased them from reality. Sorry for the length, I'm just a bit confused. For some reason, for the last year or so, I've been having these really vivid memories of this female and I. In these memories, I'm probably around 17 or 18 years old. In these memories, this girl and I are either going to the movies, walking downtown while holding hands, having sleepovers, or even going to her high school dance. Basically, it's a high school past relationship that a lot of people have and move on from, but always have the memories of. These thoughts of her just come out of nowhere throughout my day. I'm 25 right now. I had a girlfriend from when I was 16 to 21. These false memories of this girl just don't add up. Maybe it's my ex in another dimension? Who knows? I don't. But thanks for reading. I have an ongoing saying that I fear nothing because I'm raising a teenager. This is mainly true except for maybe being invisible to them for no explainable reason, and that brings me to the glitch that 4 of us experienced one breezy full moon night in the deep south. I've submitted a story before about living in a constant glitch. I guess the Matrix people decided that that wasn't enough and wanted to amp things up a bit. My son had a friend over for the weekend, and after raiding the fridge, the 2 teenagers tackled a video game and, of course, blasted their music while laughing and talking about things that teens talk about these days. During this time, my fiancé and I binged watch our favorite shows for a while, and then decided to go out on the front deck for some fresh air. We were out there for about 20 minutes, and just enjoying each other's company, when my son and his friends swung the front door open. They both looked panicked and confused, and I asked them if everything was okay. My son replied with, "Mom, where were you?" And I told him, "We've been right here, outside." And he replied, when did you come outside?" I told him that we had been outside for almost 20 minutes or so. My son looked like he was going to faint. He looked over at his friend, and his friend was noticeably speechless. His friend managed to utter the words, "But we were just..." My son finished his sentence. "Mom, we were just out here looking for you, and no one was out here." I instantly got chills up my spine. The look in my son's eye told me that he was not kidding. His friend chimed in, saying, "That is so weird, bro." My fiancé and I just stared at each other, knowing that we had not seen anyone outside, nor did we hear anyone for the last half hour. To this day, I cannot explain what happened. Either my son and his friends were invisible, or my fiancé and I were invisible. Or the Matrix enjoys giving me constant anxiety with these glitches. None of us talked about what happened after that night, but I do think about it quite often. There are so many things that have unexplainably happened to so many people. They can't all be coincidences or exaggeration. There was no way that we could have exaggerated that experience. We were genuinely invisible that night, somewhere in a different time dimension, I guess. But what do you all think? A few years ago, I decided to spend a few days in New York. So, as I'm preparing to leave, I do all the jobs that needed doing: washing, clearing the rubbish, etc. On my return, I get ready to go back to work, and I can't find my name badge. It's 2x1 anywhere. I check all of the flat surfaces, empty cupboards more than once, look under the bed. For the life of me, I cannot remember where I put it. And I'll get charged for a new one if I can't find it. Fast forward 3 weeks, I see the bin in the kitchen needs emptying. So I take off the lid and remove the bin bag, and as I look at the bottom of the bin, there is my name badge, plain as day. To this day, I still have no idea how it got there, as the bin is on the other side of the room from any of the other flat surfaces. I know that this is a short one, but something absolutely bizarre happened that I cannot explain for the life of me. Just for a little bit of context, I came off a night working 12 hours, and I know a lot of people listening may say you were probably tired and just misplaced my actions, but in fact, it was the opposite. As being my very last shift the night before, I like to stay up for a bit longer because, well, God knows why. Don't worry, that is important. I've been listening to your podcast, Raven, and I absolutely love them. At the time, I was listening to your Spotify podcast, as I've been trying to catch up on them. I would like to state that I live with my family, and they were not home during the time of the glitch, and I had asked them later on with a confused, "No, we weren't here" on their face. I was laying in bed with my phone under the pillow, listening to your podcast, but this is where it gets weird. I woke up from passing out and being in a deep sleep for most of the day, and when I looked over at my phone, it was on my bedside table and charging. I will say this again, that neither me nor my family had touched it, as I was still passed out cold. I'm still confused, but weirdly enough, I guess I thank the Matrix for looking out for me. This is my story, and thanks for listening. The story takes place in 2020, and since this event, I have not been the same. Since my best friend Mike was my oldest friend since I was 5, and was 33 now, I can remember this like it was today. I heard a knock on my door and saw that it was Mike. But I have never seen Mike this upset in my life. So I asked, "How are you, brother?" He doesn't answer. It was an awkward silence for a second, so I look at his face, and he looks devastated, sad, and lost, and he was stoic like me. I don't even know where to begin. So I tell him to take his time and ask if he wants a beer. He nods and composes himself, and then he says, "They're all gone." I asked who. He responds with, "Everyone." Mike had 2 girls and a wife, and they'd been married since 2010, happily, and me being shocked thinking she left and took the kids, so I started comforting with a hug and asked what happened. After about 30 seconds, he says, "It started a week ago. I called my parents to tell them happy anniversary, and it wasn't them. It was an elderly couple that had just gotten the phones. And yesterday, my wife constantly argued with me that we didn't have kids until I woke up, and everything changed. They vanished." Out of shock, I say, "You're joking." But if he was, I would have known it. He had this look of deep sadness and dread on his face that I've never seen before or since. He looked me right in the eyes and said something I'll never forget. "I'm doomed." That gave me the chills. If this was a prank, it was an elaborate one and had no payoff. But how was this possible? I believed him, and I offered him a smoke because we both needed one at this time. He wasn't a smoker, though, and I only smoked socially. So I give him one, and a minute later he leaps onto me and burned me. I was like, "What the hell are you doing? That hurt." He sits down and then enjoys his cigarette and says, "I'm sorry, but please don't forget me." At that moment, I got over it. This man was my brother in every sense of the word. "Crash here tonight," I said. And after an hour of trying to get him down, I'm ready for bed. I get him some covers and tell him goodnight, and he says, "I love you, bro." And I say it back to him. The next morning, I go out to check on him, and he's gone. So I check out to see his Jeep, but it's gone too. I'm perplexed. So I eat, grab my phone, scroll through my contacts. His number is not in my phone, which isn't possible. Nobody can get into my phone because it's fingerprint protected. So where did it go? I start pacing, and after a while I think to myself, was this a prank? Where did he go? Did he vanish too? So I decide to go to his house, thinking to myself, there has to be a logical, reasonable explanation here. I get to his house, and I knock. An older woman with gray hair and glasses and a tiny dog answers the door and says, "Can I help you?" I try to stay friendly, and I say, "Is Mike here?" She looks confused and says, "No, there's no Mike here." I'm shocked. I close the door and say, "Oh, thank you, ma'am." I'm just confused. What was happening right then? How was he here yesterday and then gone off the earth the next? After an hour, I think to myself, you know what? I'll go look at my scrapbook at my mother's house, and I did. But I'm terrified. There was no Mike in my scrapbook. It still gives me chills to this day. I try not to think about the fact that I have all of these memories of somebody that was mysteriously blinked out of existence. Maybe he did exist, but was moved to a different timeline? Or just a glitch? I don't know. But I do know that as chilling as this sounds, I still do have a mark on my arm where he burned me. At the bank I worked at during college, if someone came through the drive-thru with their dog, the dog would get a bone. Big bones for big dogs and little bones for little dogs. One day when someone pulled up in the drive-thru, I peeked and saw that they had a very excited little dog sticking their head out the window. I grabbed her check, went back to my desk, cashed her check, and stopped on my way back to the window to get a little bone. When I bent over, I accidentally knocked the bucket over. I told my coworker, Linda, that I didn't mean to do that, and we laughed. I quickly shoveled all the bones back into the bucket and put the bucket back on the shelf, taking exactly one with me, and I'm sure that I only took one. I opened up the compartment, put the lady's money and the bone in the compartment, and then slid it outside. I remember talking to the lady, asking her the breed of the dog and the name. She told me it was a Pomeranian named Ruby. I watched the lady feed Ruby the bone, and we laughed about it because Ruby was so excited to eat it. I brought the compartment back in and went back to my desk. Linda helped the next customer, and when she slid out the compartment, the customer said, "Why is there a dog bone in here?" And Linda was like, "Oh, the customer before you must not have taken it for their dog." But I watched the dog eat the bone. There was no way that there was another bone in the compartment, because I only grabbed one and I saw the compartment before and after my transaction. If there were 2 bones, the lady would have grabbed both of them to give to Ruby. So, the second bone just glitched into the Matrix. My story happened when I was around 16 years old. I'm 32 now. It was a long time ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. One day, early in the morning, before getting up for school, I wake up to a loud sound from a horse. I don't know how to say it in English, but you know the sound that horses do. It was very loud and close, loud enough to wake me up. Since it was the first time that I was hearing it, I didn't think too much of it, and thought maybe I was just dreaming. Then, during the course of the day when I was at school in the middle of class, I heard it again. And since I live in a city and it's not common to hear horses, this time I thought it was strange. But I still didn't give a second thought to it. The next morning, I wake up again to the same horse noise. This time I asked my mom and my sister if they also woke up to this annoying horse sound, and they both looked at me as if they didn't know what I was talking about, and they laughed it off. So I thought maybe they were sleeping soundly and just didn't hear it. Like the day before, I get to school and there is the same sound. But this time I hear it several times during the day. I start to think, this isn't normal, so I ask my friends, not knowing at this point that I was the only one hearing it, what the hell all the horse sounds were all day. Was there some kind of event going on that I didn't know about? And, just like my sister and mother, they look at me like, what are you talking about? What horse sounds? And I ask, you guys don't hear it? I started to freak out a little. And once I got home, I talked to my mother and tell her that I've been hearing horse sounds all day, but I think it was just me. And she says, what do you mean it's just you? I say, well, you and my sister didn't hear it this morning, and also my friends don't hear it at school despite it being so loud and clear. I'm starting to get scared that I'm going crazy. Am I just starting to hear voices in my head? Tears start coming down my face as I'm panicking and in fear that I am going crazy. My mother hugs and reassures me that I'm not crazy and tells me to tell her the next time I hear it. It didn't take too long for me to hear it again, so I run to my mom screaming, "Now, Mom! I heard it just now! Did you hear it too?" My mom didn't want to scare me, so she said yes, that she had also heard it. But my mother is not a good liar. And as soon as I saw her face, I knew that she was lying. She started to get worried but didn't want to scare me, but I could see it on her face. She didn't know what to do or say, and all I could see was that worry. This went on for almost a week, and every time I heard the sound, I would start crying and cover my ears in a panic. And then, after a week, it stopped. Just like that. 16 years later, and I've never heard it again. I had never heard it before this incident, and I haven't heard it after. So, to this day, I don't know what it was, and I actually feel uneasy every time I hear or see a horse. Hello, Raven. I'm a huge fan of your videos, especially the Glitch in the Matrix stories. I listen to these stories almost every day, and I always think, that'll never happen to me. But today proved me wrong. I had just gotten home from my mother-in-law's house and went to take a shower. I have a yellow razor that I use every time I shower. I put it in the same spot, and I only pick it up when I use it, and then I put it right back. Well, tonight, I went to pick up my razor, and it wasn't there. I looked around in the shower. It wasn't there, anywhere. I thought that maybe my husband had accidentally knocked it over and it had fallen on the floor, so I looked on the floor and it wasn't there. I literally turned off the shower, got out, and looked everywhere for that razor. I asked my husband if he had seen it, and he said no. I eventually gave up and went back to my cabinet to grab one of my other ones, and as soon as I turned around to get back into the shower, I saw my yellow razor sitting there, in the same spot that it's always in. I literally froze. I had just spent 10 minutes looking for it. I had stopped my whole showering process just to look for it, and it just magically reappeared in the spot that it's always in. I don't know how I could have possibly missed it if it was just sitting there the whole time. My husband told me that he thinks I just overlooked it, but I know I looked in that spot when I first went to grab it, and it wasn't there. Was this a glitch? I moved to Norway some years back after marrying my husband who lived here. Back in the day, we didn't have much to our names, save for our actual names, and living with my mother-in-law was a token of that time. Her apartment wasn't large and was all on one floor. 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, living room, kitchen, and balcony. Being newlyweds, it felt a little cramped at times, and I was relieved when we got our own place not so long after this event occurred. Although we hadn't found more financial footing quite yet, my husband did have a set of wheels. A 2-seater, a small white Toyota van that was very reliable and took us on many adventures. It was a day early on in the summer and the sun was perpetually shining as it does here during those months. So, we decided that we ought to go out for a drive and find something to do. All we needed were the car keys, and this is where things got weird. We couldn't find them anywhere. The search was superficial at first, checking the dining room table, pants pockets from the day before, and underneath places the keys could have been kicked, but quickly turned into looking in dusty boxes between old legal documents before unpairing the socks in the dresser to see if they had ended up within them. I felt like I was losing my mind. It wasn't like it had been weeks since we took the car out. At the latest, we had been out the day before with the car. The last place that I decided to check was simply by opening the window facing the front of the apartment building in the kitchen adjacent to the dining room table. The window opened from the bottom to the top and could be completely opened by hitting the safety switch on the side of the pane. I figured maybe somehow the keys got dropped into the gravel right down below, as my mother-in-law often dropped her tied-up trash bags out there before taking them out to the garbage cans. And since I had just had my head in the freezer, I figured the front yard wasn't so much further of a stretch. And this is where I think the glitch happened. I opened the window the whole way before practically heaving the upper half of my body out of the window to look down. And as I did so, I felt everything spinning. It was a split-second thing, but nonetheless made me feel unsettled. As I pulled my head out of the window and turned around, there were the keys on the dining room table, where they always were, right out in the open. My husband, ever so logical, contrarian, and skeptical, just had a quick laugh and said that they had likely been there the whole time, as if we both overlooked them like a mutually shared negative hallucination. Which may be. However, the tenacity with which I combed that old apartment, the sheer focus and dedication to my search, and the absurdity of the window moment, has me more convinced that there was something glitchy going on. Like Schrodinger's keys. I'll try to keep this short. I used to travel a lot for work, and that involved flying out of O'Hare Airport in Chicago. It's always so busy, especially in the mornings. Some context. In the United Airlines terminal there is a separate Concourse C that requires you to go down a long escalator, through a 300-yard tunnel, and then up another escalator onto the concourse. This is the only way to get there from the rest of the airport, and it takes roughly 3 or 4 minutes to make the trip from one side to the other. One morning, I had just gotten through security and was running a bit late, so I was headed straight to my gate on the C concourse. As always, there were tons of people, but as I was walking to the entrance to the tunnel, I saw a couple walking towards me. They had just come up from the tunnel on the escalator. The guy was shorter, in a bright yellow flat-bill hat, had thick black glasses, and was wearing bright blue sneakers. His girlfriend had very bright red hair and was slightly taller than him, so they stood out to me as being more memorable. I didn't think much of it. I immediately continued down the escalator into the tunnel to get to my gate. There are moving walkways in the tunnel that I used just to be quicker, and as I was coming up on the other side, and stepping off the escalator, I saw the exact same couple walking towards me to get onto the escalator to go down. The hat, the sneakers, the glasses, the hair, everything. They were so unique looking to me that there's no way it could have just been a similar looking couple. There is no way that they could have turned around and gotten back ahead of me either, or gotten back to the other side that quickly any other way. So, was this a glitch? A replication in the simulation? Did I jump back in time a couple of minutes, or did they? I still have no explanation for this. So, my partner has become a victim of the duplication glitch. Let's start at this last Christmas that's just gone by. Myself and my partner are doing some last-minute gift buying for each other. I bought her a couple of beauty tools, like makeup brushes, hair ties, and a set of tweezers. The makeup brushes were pretty standard, as were the hair ties, but the tweezers are a sleek design. Plated gold flowers etched into the plating. Quite an expensive gift for something I knew that she could lose or misplace. So, for that matter, she always left them in the bathroom on the side of the sink so that she couldn't lose them. Fast forward to around 30 minutes ago, I'm the only one in the house as she has already left for work. I go for my morning shower, nothing out of the ordinary, and whilst I'm in the shower, I hear a clinking noise like metal hitting a tile. I pop my head around the curtain, and do a quick eye of the room, and nothing seems amiss, so I return to enjoying my shower. When I get out of the shower, I always go straight to the sink because that's where the mirror is. I'm just checking myself out, brushing my hair into different styles. Don't judge, I bet you still do it too. And while I look down to grab my toothbrush, just next to my brush are 2 tweezers. Exactly the same. The pair that I bought for her at Christmas, in this identical set. I know that she wouldn't buy another pair of these specific ones. It would usually be on the cheaper side. Like, am I going crazy? Or did I actually hear a clinking noise like something being dropped on tiles? Because I'm sure that I only bought 1 pair and not 2. Hi, Raven. This is the second of my really weird experiences that I've had, and this one happened just this past Friday evening. Our daughter is married and lives not that far from us, but since she has 2 children under the age of 2 years old, with the youngest being only 3 weeks old, we don't get to see her too often, as her hands are full. So, we often WhatsApp video call each other. That way we get to see the grandchildren, and she gets to see that we are doing well. Anyway, Friday evening she gives me a WhatsApp video call, and she's on loudspeaker. Only her voice is not coming from my phone. It's coming through my clock radio. Now, my clock radio is about 5 years old. It is very basic, as we only use it to check the time while getting ready for work and to listen to the news and traffic reports in the morning before leaving the house. The rest of the time, the radio is off, as in totally switched off. Not with the volume turned down, but totally off. I'm trying to make this as clear as possible, as I'm sure there will be people who think the conversation could be heard through the radio because the volume was just turned down, but no, it was off. Over and above this, my clock radio does not have Bluetooth. It doesn't even have that as an option. As I said, it's a very basic model, so there's no way my phone could have connected to my radio. I was so shocked that I called my husband to the room to come and check. He stood next to the radio on my dressing table and could clearly hear our daughter's voice coming through the radio. Once he had confirmed this, it just stopped and came through the phone speaker, almost as if the programmer suddenly realized the mistake and corrected it. So, if there's someone out there that can offer a better explanation, I am more than happy to listen, as these glitches seem to be happening more often and have become more noticeable. But thank you again for your time, and please keep up the great work that you do. I love listening to your podcasts as they make the day so much more enjoyable and reaffirm that I'm not going crazy, and that these things don't only happen to me. This happened to me a few years ago. I was diagnosed bipolar a few years prior to this incident, and this happened during a hypomanic state I was in, so it could have been a delusion, but it still bugs me to this day. Some context. My buddy and I used to go with old work friends for wings and maybe pool every second Friday. And this particular Friday, we had a nice big crew for wings, and everyone was down for pool afterwards. So we get to the pool hall, and I get 2 tables while everyone is smoking outside. Now, I knew I was in a hypomanic state, since I was in an elevated mood and my mind was racing with thoughts. So, at times, I was distracted with my thoughts and not really paying attention. Now, for the glitch. I'm playing a game with this guy nicknamed Spike. We're well into the game, and Spike is going for a corner shot with the cue ball from across the table. I'm distracted with my thoughts at this time, but I tune in as he's taking the shot, and I believe I see him sink the shot. But when I look up from the table and look at Spike, he was still taking the shot, and he ends up missing the cue ball, completely whiffing it. It almost is like I saw a parallel universe where he made the shot, but the universe that I'm actually in, he missed. Like I said, before turning back in from my racing mind, I may have imagined the shot, and I know that it wasn't a following shot since the table reset from what I thought I saw. As for me being bipolar, I'm medicated now and in a more stable condition. I learned to accept it since I thought my initial diagnosis was BS. There's still some things during manic and hypomanic episodes that I remember that I should let go, but how vivid certain details are, it's hard to forget. It was a cold and snowy winter's day in Wyoming back in 2019. The wife and I had decided to go Christmas shopping for our daughter, who was 5 at the time. And the wife loves to check out the clearance aisles every trip to Walmart. She loves a good deal. As we're walking down the aisle, we see 2 of the toys from Toy Story 4. We then found a few others on sale from the movie, and decided they would be good additions to the ones that we previously purchased. They were plush ducky and bunny figures that had quotes from the movie when you pressed the hands. Anyways, we finished checking out and unloading all the grocery bags into the back of my wife's car. I remember vividly putting the large bag with both Ducky and Bunny in last. We made our short drive home and we unloaded the grocery bags into the house, taking a few trips back and forth. So, here is where the glitch happened. I distinctly remember bringing the bag with the plush figures into the house, setting them on the fireplace, before going back out to grab the remainder of the bags. As I'm unloading the bags, my wife yells from the living room and asks where the plush figures are. I tell her that I left the bag on the fireplace. She responds back telling me that they aren't there. After searching the house and the car, my wife gives up and calls Walmart. They tell her that they found the bag with the toys in a cart outside. My wife went back to Walmart and picked up the bag, and sure enough, they were there. Clearance tags still attached. I have no clue how something that I know was sitting right there on the fireplace moved 2 miles away back to the store. Side note, wife and I both agree that this was a glitch. However, she tells me that she was the one to set the bag on the fireplace. So, we both remember setting the bag on the fireplace, and neither of us know how it ended up back at the store. It definitely made me a believer in the Matrix after that, and it still confuses me. This is an unexplained phenomenon from about 5 years ago. My partner and I took a road trip from Florida to North Carolina and decided to drive straight through. We stopped once or twice for gas, and the car was always monitored by one of us. We had 2 suitcases in the back, and mine was at the bottom. When we arrived in North Carolina, we both had the distinct feeling that there was no way 10 hours had passed. We both kept exclaiming that it felt like we went through a time portal, and we were confused at how quick the car ride felt. I remember actually trying to recount the audiobooks that we listened to, and to piece together how it was possible that 10 hours had passed. Well, we arrive at the place that we're renting, and we put our suitcases in the room. While I'm in the shower, I hear my partner exclaiming and freaking out. I get out of the shower to see what it's about. He's crouching over the suitcase, utterly confused. The zipper is sealed shut with a plastic loop and 2 tiny metal keys. Like the keys that come with a diary, or perhaps a tiny lock on a brand new suitcase. There was no way to open the suitcase without breaking the plastic loop. He starts freaking out and asking the people in the house that we were renting if they were playing a trick on us. They look at us like we're crazy. Finally, we open the suitcase, and all my stuff is still in it. Okay, well, first of all, my suitcase was on the bottom of the 2 suitcases. Someone would have had to have gotten into our car while we weren't looking, and like I said, we never really left the car, and put this plastic loop with keys on it. And then, why would they choose the one on the bottom? And who would do this? This was an old suitcase that I had used many times, so it's not like something that I just never noticed was there. Second, even if it was sealing the zipper closed. And I had even grabbed a sweater out of my suitcase during the trip. This is just a completely unexplainable mystery. Today, me and my friends went to Carl's Jr. after school for some food. My friends and I are 16 to 17, by the way. This isn't a childhood story, technically, and I needed to use the restroom. So, after we all ordered, I went to the bathroom and did my business, and when I first walked into the small bathroom with the 2 stalls, A lady who was washing her hands complimented my shoes. I said thanks and she left the bathroom after that. When I exited the bathrooms and walked over to where my friends sat, I mentioned the lady and the compliment that she gave me. I was wearing some wacky shoes, so it was notable. They all proceeded to say that no one left the bathrooms, which makes sense as there was no one else in the restaurant at the time, and this lady had a pink shirt on and was not an employee. One of my friends gets up and goes to the bathroom to check for the woman, to no avail. But they did say that they experienced some oddities, like the music and the smell being off. I then get up to investigate for myself and walk into the bathroom again and look around. I couldn't have spent more than a minute in there, and I didn't notice anything amiss. I walk over to my friends and they ask what took so long. Apparently, I was gone for 10 minutes. I get confused and say that I only spent a minute in the bathroom looking for that woman, and all my friends proceed to get more confused and tell me that I didn't tell them about a woman of any sort. At first I thought they were joking. I told them to quit it and give it to me straight. They then gave evidence of me spending 10 minutes in the bathroom, and they kept to their story. Even many hours later now, they haven't caved, which is a very impressive bit, or they are being truthful. I believe the latter, because my friends know very well that I got distressed over this, and one of my friends started doing their own research into what was happening too. None of my friends are good at lying. They have huge tells and crack after very little effort. Needless to say, the entire situation was odd, and I'm not entirely sure what exactly happened. The lady disappeared, my friends acted entirely different, and I lost time. When I was 16 years old living with my mom in a ruralish area of the US, my best friend and I had an experience that we both still remember, vividly, and my wife wants me to share the story to see what people think we saw. My buddy and I used to cut through this farmer's field between my mom's neighborhood and our local mall, maybe a mile or so long. It rarely had crops over the years, maybe 1 year of corn in the few years cutting through it, if I remember right. The field was barren on this day, and we were headed to the mall to hang out. We didn't notice anything unusual on the way to the mall through the fields. We stayed at the mall for about an hour or two and went back through the fields to get back to my mom's. We didn't drink or eat anything in the mall that I remember, no drug usage or alcohol either. When we get to the tree line between the field and the mall, we saw a handful of people, all dressed somewhat similar in overalls of some sort, plaid shirts, collecting things off the ground. I figured they were harmless, and we knew the old guy's name who owned the field, so we probably wouldn't get yelled at if we name-dropped. As we made our way through the field and got closer, I remember feeling a lot of static energy. It looked like they were picking up smoking coals off the ground and throwing them in a bucket. It was weird, but we didn't say anything to these folks and just kind of skirted around them until we were nearing the tree line, back to my mom's neighborhood. We heard a loud whooshing noise, sort of like an air compressor. We turned back, and there was a group of 6 identical white-suited men with Daft Punk-esque helmets that seemed to be shooting, silently, like their weapons made no noise, at the folks that were picking those things up off the ground. Their sidearms looked like the guns used to spread weed killer or a paint sprayer, really long and thin. They didn't seem to notice us watching until my friend went into a panic and started freaking out. I grabbed him by his shirt and started dragging him toward the tree line, but he was in some sort of shock. I looked back as we were running and they were all facing us, but not pursuing. My friend went home and we didn't talk to each other for about a week. Everyone we've told to date has said that we were mad, minus my wife and my father. I will say that after the initial whoosh, we never heard another noise, not even a cricket, for the whole encounter until we made it back across the tree line. I'm curious to know what Reddit thinks we saw. I'm new to the platform, but my wife said that this was a glitch, and that other people have strange encounters and that I should share them here. I had a very strange incident happen to me while we were shifting our apartment. Due to some financial issues, my family of 4, mom, dad, me, and my older sister, had to sell our old apartment and shift to a rented apartment not far from where we used to live. And this incident didn't happen very long ago. I was 19 and was about to turn 20 the next month. I had this perfect pair of black high-top suede shoes. In fact, I still have them. I haven't thrown them out, but I don't wear them as they're in rough shape. I wore those shoes throughout my junior college, and they were my go-to pair for outdoors, so I always had them on the shoe rack. We were packing our individual stuff in polythene bags and cardboard boxes, and I remember picking up all of my shoes. And the first one to go into the box were these black ones. After finishing all of the packing, we had all of our stuff, including all the furniture, in the new rented apartment. The first thing I started to unpack were my shoes. And, to my surprise, the shoes were not there. I asked my mom and my sister if they had seen them. They both denied seeing them. I thought that I must have left them back at our old apartment, so I went back to check. And I couldn't find them there, as there was nothing left there. I was pretty sad. I loved that pair. I went to the store to buy a new pair, but I could not find any similar shoes. After some time, I just accepted the fact that I had lost them, somewhere in the boxes, or the packing, or the moving crew must have stolen them. These are the only possibilities that I could think of. Now, my family and I visit my grandparents every year during the holidays, and sometimes go there in the summer as well. So we did visit them that year too. The holiday season was great, and we had so much fun. When we started to pack our bags to go back, my grandma came to me with the same pair of shoes that I had lost. I was shocked to see the same pair with her. It even had the stains that my previous ones had. I asked her how and where she found them. To that she replied, "Oh, you left them here when you came here last summer." I'm damn sure that I did not leave them there in the summer, as I wore them so many times after that summer. And what about me remembering packing them in the box? I still can't explain how this must have happened. I told my mom and sister, and they were also shocked to see them there. My mind cannot digest the fact that when I put these shoes in the box, they somehow ended up at my grandma's place. This happened last week. I intended to post about it immediately, but I'm glad I didn't since I had another glitch later the same day. It was around 8 a.m. on Thursday, and I was returning home from a walk with my dogs before starting work for the day. As I approached the house, I saw a dime, 10 cents, in the part of the driveway that crosses the sidewalk. It was tails side up, the torch with branches on either side. I hadn't seen it on the way out. I don't usually bother to pick up anything less than a quarter, but it looked weird. Either like it was scratched or maybe had some tiny dewdrops on it, so I bent down and picked it up to see. The dime had 4 deep scratches running diagonally most of the way across the reverse tail side, almost like furrows. It was dated 1986 on the front/head side. I put it in my pocket and went inside and upstairs to my bedroom to get ready for work. I looked at the dime again, wondering why I bothered to pick it up, and I placed it on top of my dresser, where I keep my watch, my rings, and a few other items, but no coins. Deeply furrowed, tails side up. I was working from home that day, so I went about my work from home routine as usual. Shortly after lunch, around 2 p.m., I went to my bedroom to take off my watch and ring, which were randomly bothering me. I saw the dime with the front/head side up, which was weird, because I definitely left it tails side up with the scratches visible. I specifically didn't want it to be tails side down, because I didn't want the ridges of the furrows scratching my dresser. I picked it up, flipped it over, and the tail side was a normal dime. No scratches. I checked, and the front side was still 1986. The scratches were literally the only reason I picked this dime up in the first place. I wasn't alone in the house. My wife and dogs were there, but I hadn't mentioned the dime, and my wife isn't in the habit of touching stuff on my dresser. I wasn't on any substance, I wasn't sick, and it was otherwise a totally normal weekday. The dime just seemed to heal itself sometime between 8:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. I did discuss the dime with my wife, and she confirmed that she wasn't anywhere near my dresser, which is in my closet. And just to add at the end here, see 2 glitches in a single day, part 2, the teleporting dog, for the event, seemingly unrelated to the dime, that occurred about an hour later, which will be immediately after this 8-second sound effect that I play in between my stories. This glitch happened last week, about 3 p.m. on Thursday. I was working in my home office, which is near the downstairs door where we let the dogs out into the backyard. The backyard is a well-built, well-maintained 6-foot privacy fence all the way around. It has vertical planks, so there's nowhere to get an easy foothold for climbing. Our front yard is also fenced, and the neighbors on either side and behind us also have fenced yards. So, if you were to leap over our 6-foot fence in any direction, you would be in another fenced yard. Neither of our medium-sized dogs, 6 years and 10 years, have ever jumped the fence or anything else, nor are there any gaps that even a tiny dog could squeeze under or get through. My wife took the dogs out to the backyard for their usual mid-afternoon break. It was a nice day, so she stayed outside with them. She came in to tell me something real quick, but she kept the back door open the whole time, and was essentially standing in the doorway, looking at me to talk. She couldn't have been looking into the house for more than 30 seconds. That's being generous. I think it was more like 15 seconds. And then turned back outside. I hear her calling for our 6-year-old dog in a confused manner, and then she yelled out to me, "He's not in the yard." I ran out back and he wasn't there. I opened the gate and ran into the front yard, out the front gate, and into the street. And I saw him 2 houses up the street, sniffing a tree in a neighbor's front yard, about 210 feet or 64 meters from our backyard. He looked up at me and happily trotted back when I called, but I have no idea how he crossed 2 fences and got 2 houses up in such a short amount of time. Being generous, only a couple of minutes elapsed between my wife coming in to say something and me seeing my dog in my neighbor's yard. When we go for walks, it can take us forever to just go beyond our next-door neighbor's house, because of all the interesting smells in our front yard and the neighbor's yard. My wife and I checked every part of the fence to see if the dogs dug a hole or if a plank was missing, but the fence was secure, as always. So, yeah, it really seems like my dog teleported from our backyard to our neighbor's front yard, over 2 fences, and 210 feet away. Between that and the scratched dime that fixed itself earlier in the day, I don't know what to make of Thursday, January 12th. Hi, Raven. I'm a 47-year-old female who listens to your channel daily, if possible. I had a glitch happen to my family, and I decided today that I wanted to share it with you and your listeners. I currently live with my adult daughter and her 3 children, my grandchildren. My oldest granddaughter, Jazz, is in 4th grade and had a project due tomorrow, February the 16th. She and my daughter had been working on it throughout the past week. They had put the finishing touches on it today and put it together. FYI, it was a recycle project where they had to use all recyclable items to create anything they wanted. So, Jazz thought to make flowers in a pot. Everything was made of plastic, cardboard, aluminum, etc. The one thing my daughter bought from the Dollar Tree was a small oval-shaped aluminum tin for the actual pot. This tin was printed with the words, flowers and garden. She had a place on our kitchen table while they all got their supplies together that they were going to use. So, the whole family had seen this tin, with those words printed in English. They sat in the middle of the living room, putting this all together, right in front of me. The other 2 grand kiddos were in the back room playing. Just as Jazz and my daughter, who was, of course, assisting her with the hot glue gun and whatnot, were almost done, I'm looking at it and I see the tin pot reads, Fleurs et Jardin. I ask my daughter if the other side of the tin had the English flowers and garden, and she looks down at it, the side facing her and away from me, and looks back up at me with a shocked look on her face. She then picks the whole thing up. Mind you, the tin pot was sitting flat on the floor right in front of her, turns it around, looks up at me again in shock and says, "What the hell?" I asked her if she had purchased 2 tins by chance, and she said no, only this one. I thought surely she was mistaken, and picked up 2 by chance, so I went searching the house where the bags had been and on the kitchen table where she had originally put it, but did not find another tin. We even checked the receipt because she had bought a few other miscellaneous items that we needed for our home, but she was only charged for the 1 tin pot. So, during the time that they were putting together this project in the middle of the living room, right in front of me, this tin's words changed from English to French, and the font was even different. We were all very surprised. It seemed like my daughter and Jazz just blew it off after a little while, but I, on the other hand, was like, oh my goodness, this is our own glitch in the Matrix. This is the second one I've experienced, but it surely leaves you scratching your head. Like, what is really going on? Hello, Reddit. I've been quietly biding my time and waiting for my glitch. Everything I'm about to describe came to light about 30 minutes ago, when I, 49, female, drove to my parents, 75 female and 78 male, home to check on my dad. He was in the ER with chest pains earlier today and had been discharged. On to the glitch. My parents do not use Reddit, and do not know about glitches and matrices. After the dust settled on Is Dad Okay?, my mom presented me with an envelope that was in their mailbox this week, with my writing on it. There's no debate. This is my writing, and exactly how I would address a card to my parents. Front and back, including Shirley Temple stamps for my mom. Glitch 1. Postmark is from July 2016, Los Angeles. That tracks with where I lived in July of 2016, but how did it take 6.5 years to get to my parents' mailbox? Reasonable answer. The card was possibly stuck in a postal bin or inside my parents' mailbox for 6.5 years. Okay, then riddle me this part. glitch too. Yes, it's my handwriting on the envelope, but the card inside is a card that I have never seen, and based on the pop culture references on the card, is not a card that I would send. The message inside the card is in my aunt's handwriting with her signature. Yes, the card that's been in transit for 6.5 years is from my mom's sister, yet addressed and sent by me. Possible explanation: my uncle, aunt's husband, my mom's brother-in-law, and my favorite uncle, could have handed it off to me for mailing when he passed through LA. This explanation isn't totally wild because he travels a lot, and we always find a dinner together at whatever locale he's passing through. However, I have zero recollection of us getting together during my 7 years in LA, nor any sort of card handoff, nor any prior card handoff that seems like this. Plus, why would my aunt in Georgia give her husband a card to give to me in California to mail to my mother in Virginia? So, Reddit, how did my mom receive a 6.5-year-old card mailed in my writing, but from her sister, on a day when my dad was in the hospital for a near-death experience? Also, I just noticed that the happy birthday mom makes no sense. My mom's birthday is in November. Postmarks are July of 2016. So, this birthday wish is 8 months late?